1919 was an auspicious year in history. The First World War ended, ushering a drastic change in the world order. The Philippine Islands had been a U.S. territory for 2 decades and was promised independence under the Jones Law of 1916. Progressive reformers saw the country and its people as a major target for modernization, and education was its main weapon. 7 forward-looking Filipinas came together in 1919 to create a school where young women could gain the knowledge and skills that would make them modern women. Paz Marquez Benitez was the first president of the Philippine Women's College. Jose Abad Santos was its first chairman of the Board of Trustees. Francisca Tirona Benitez was the second president, and with her husband Dean Conrado, guided the school from a house on A. Flores Street to its iconic Taft Avenue campus. In 1932, the college became a university, making PWU the first university for women in Asia founded by Asians. It provided a space where innovations in education flourished, and young people were encouraged to be the best that they could be. For over 100 years, the Philippine Women's University has been known as a leader in quality education. In 1934, PWU moved into its main campus on Taft Avenue, and since the 1970s has been co-educational. Located in the heart of Metro Manila, it is easily accessible by public transport and surrounded by affordable housing. Today's PWU offers undergraduate and graduate courses in several fields of study. Its business and management programs are responsive to the needs of industry, using evolving technology for global competence. PWU graduates excel in arts and sciences, education, social work, and diplomacy. Its fine arts and music programs have produced outstanding graduates through a holistic education that treasures heritage as well as excellence. PWU has pioneered in fields such as food science, nutrition and dietetics, medical technology, pharmacy, and nursing. PWU continues to play an essential role in producing graduates who possess the skills that make them competitive in the country and anywhere in the world. (1990)
good morning everyone and welcome to today's webinar entitled Food Safety and Security Issues and Challenges in the Fourth Industrial Revolution. This free webinar is organized by the Masters of Food Science and Masters of Food Safety Management students of the School for Food Science and Technology, Philippine Women's University. So before we officially start, let us join together in prayer as we put ourselves in the loving presence of God, followed by the singing of the national anthem.
Sa simoy at sa langit mong bukaw, may dilagang tulad, awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidinig. Lupa ng araw ng wal at ipagsinta mo'y langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya
Once again, a pleasant morning to everyone. I am Carissa Berte, a professional food technologist and a student of the Masters in Food Safety Management. I am currently in a Food Drug Regulation Officer 2 at the Food and Drug Administration under the Regional Field Office of NCR with 7 years experience in the food industry. And today, I will be your moderator for this webinar. So currently, we have 110 participants on our Zoom and YouTube live stream. So we would like to request that you keep on inviting your colleagues to join and participate in this webinar. Also, we would like to remind everyone that filling out the registration and evaluation forms are required prior to the issuance of your certificate. So you will be receiving 2 certificates upon completion of the AM and PM evaluation forms. The QR code for the registration form is being displayed if you have not yet registered, and you may refer to the YouTube live chat for the link. Also, we would like to request that the participants in our Zoom link to kindly keep your mic on mute during the presentation to preserve the solemnity of our webinar. Now, to kick off this webinar, we have a message from our program chair for the School of Food Science and Technology, Dr. Maria Ligaya T. Braganza, for the opening remarks to be read by Professor Maria Divina Alcasabat.
Okay, good morning everybody. On behalf of the PWU management and our program chair, Dr. Ligaya Braganza, we would like to welcome you to this webinar. The topics discussed are the results of the researches conducted by our graduate students on food safety and food science. At this point, let me read the message of Dr. Braganza. A pleasant day to all. Welcome to the webinar entitled Food Safety and Security Issues and Challenges in the Fourth Industrial Revolution, also known as FIRE or Industry 4.0. We want to emphasize the importance of this era or development in all facets of our lives, as FIRE is the era of development in which digital, physical, and biological systems converge, fundamentally transforming industries, economies, and societies. Food security and food safety are definitely part of this era. Actually, this era is almost gone. They say we are already in the verge of the sixth industrial revolution or Industry 6.0. However, these are still important issues. These are important issues and challenges which were not completely addressed during the so-called Fourth Industrial Revolution. Hence, this webinar intends to present some of these issues and challenges pertinent to our food supply and wholesomeness of the food we eat to increase awareness and empower consumer to make informed decisions regarding these issues. Let us ponder and ask ourselves these questions. Food supply, is there a crisis? The food supply chain, is it really diminishing? Our food choices, how does it affect the environment? Artificial sweeteners, are they really bad? Food allergens, how well do you know these compounds? How do we, as consumers, contribute to shaping the food industry landscape? The answer will be tackled in today's webinar. So sit tight, listen, and of course, it is an important learning from our resource persons. After this presentation, ask question and be enlightened. On this note, once again, our warmest welcome to everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Divina Alcasabas, for sharing the opening message of Dr. Braganza. Now, is everyone familiar with the Fourth Industrial Revolution? So just to give you a short background, how the past industrial revolutions improved production. So the first industrial revolution used water and steam power to mechanize production. The second used electric power to create mass production. And the third used electronics and information technology to automate production. Now, the fourth industrial revolution is the next phase in the digitization of the manufacturing sector, which includes the rise of data and connectivity, analytics, human-machine interaction, and improvements in robotics. We are living in an era of rapid change where technology and innovation are transforming how food is produced, processed, and distributed. With the fourth industrial revolution driving advancements like automation, data-driven systems, and biotechnology, it's crucial to understand how these shifts are impacting food safety and security. In today's session, we will hear from professionals who will share their insights and knowledge on the challenges and opportunities we face in this new landscape. We encourage everyone to actively participate by submitting your comments and questions in our YouTube live chat, and we'll address as many as we can during the question and answer session towards the end of each topic. Now, to start off, our first topic is food crisis in the offing, which focuses on the growing concerns around food security. As we face rapid technological advancements like climate challenges and global disruption, the questions arises: are we headed towards a food crisis? In this session, we will discuss the key factors driving food insecurity and explore the challenges we must address to ensure a stable and secure food supply in the future. Our first speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Food Technology from the University of Santo Tomas and is currently taking up her master's in food safety management. She is an ingredient specialist at the Republic Biscuit Corporation with 6 years experience in the food industry. Please give a warm welcome to Ms. Eliza Jane Azizo.
Thank you, Ms. Carissa, for that kind introduction. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first half of the webinar session. And today's first topic is entitled Food Crisis in the Offing. So for today's agenda, we'll be going over certain topics that will tackle concerns on food crisis. So the topic outline consists of first, the discussion of what food crisis is. Next is defining hunger. Another is the food crisis around the world and also to our country, Philippines. And the next is the topics about issues and challenges amid food crisis. And lastly is addressing the issue on food crisis in the fourth industrial revolution era. So, but before all of that, let me just give you a short and quick trivia about food crisis. So did you know that 1 in every 11 people in the world are hungry? So based on the data from 2023, there are as many as 757 million people that went hungry. So that means 1 out of 11 people in the world are food poor. Did you also know that the country Sudan is facing the world's worst hunger crisis? Yes, you heard it right. Sudan is actually facing a huge hunger catastrophe. So due to violent conflict and forced migration means that more people are facing crisis on food shortages. So currently, their situation has not yet improved and some of the areas are still facing famine. Another is, did you also know that nearly half of all child deaths are linked to malnutrition? So hunger-related problems are the single biggest cause of death and almost half of child deaths are linked to malnutrition. So for those children who survive, they still continue to suffer from the long-term effects of malnutrition, including impacts on physical and cognitive development. Did you also know that over 45 million children are dangerously malnourished? So these 45 million children are suffering from wasting, or also known as acute malnutrition. So with over 1 million children dying each year. So 52% of these children lives in Asia, while the 43% lives in Africa. And for the last trivia, did you also know that a third of food produced globally goes to waste? So we may not realize it, but the world actually produces more than enough food to feed everyone. So between 1.3 to 2.5 billion tons of food that is produced around the world is either wasted or lost every year on the journey from farm to fork. So this includes yung mga food that is thrown away by supermarkets and lost in transit. So this information are only a portion on how food crisis is really affecting us, taking a big toll, especially on human lives. So the numbers from the data aren't just ordinary numbers, but each equates to the lives of every people suffering from food poverty around the world. So let us go now to what is food crisis and how does this affect us. So food crisis usually produces a widespread scarcity of food in a society. So it usually occurs when rates of hunger, starvation, and malnutrition rise sharply at a local, national, or global levels. So food crisis usually happens when there's a problem on the supply or demand of food and often involves a sudden spike in food prices. So it is important to remember that in a market economy, food prices measures the scarcity of food and not its value in any nutritional sense. So food crisis is the major cause of hunger. So hunger, as defined by United Nations, is the period when people experience severe food insecurity. So meaning they can go for entire days without eating due to lack of money, access to food, or other resources. So hunger and food security are two interconnected issues in the society. So when we say food security, this is a situation when people have the access to have a sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that will meet their needs and wants to live an active and healthy life. So if you're a food secured, it means you have the ability to buy and eat what you want. While yung food insecurity naman, it is the complete opposite, wherein there's a limited or uncertain access to enough safe and nutritious food. So there are actually two forms ng food insecurity. So it can be chronic or acute. So pag sinabing chronic food insecurity, it is commonly described as the result of overwhelming poverty due to lack of assets and access to basic services, and it usually persists over time. So it's like a long-term problem. So when you say acute food insecurity naman, it is more of a short-term phenomenon related either to man-made calamities such as drought. They usually require short-term assistance to help them cope up with the impact. So right now, we're actually experiencing both, but more inclined on the chronic food insecurity because poverty is always there. So it might lessen, but it never ends. So next is what causes hunger. So first is yung poverty. So people experiencing poverty usually can't afford enough food to feed themselves. And even if they can, they aren't able to afford nutrient-rich foods. So being practical or money-wise, they would rather choose something that would make them full rather than those that are nutritious and good for the health. So next is yung food shortage. So this is a situation where the demand for food exceeds the supply. So some countries that currently facing food shortages or famine includes yung mga Palestinian territories, Sudan, Haiti, Nigeria, and Afghanistan. And then another one is war and conflict. So supply chains have been interrupted due to the conflict and have left millions of people to suffer from hunger. So an example of this is yung Ukraine war. So ever since Russia's invasion to Ukraine, it has affected a big portion of our global food supply, as these countries were once the major exporter of vast amounts of oil, as well as maize and wheat. So due to this, it has affected countries such as in the Eastern Europe, Middle East, and Africa, since they most rely on Russia and Ukraine on their wheat supply. So next is yung climate change. So too little or too much rainfall can destroy harvest or reduce the amount of crop production. So extreme climate patterns tend to affect the production and supply of the food. On the list, we also have the poor nutrition. So we mentioned earlier that families living in poverty often get food lower in nutrients. So that's because many of these families rely on just one or two staple foods like yung corn or wheat. So as a result, they don't get enough critical nutrients and vitamins. So even if they feel full, they may still be suffering from the effects of hunger, particularly malnutrition. So an example of this is the prevalent undernutrition problem on the children from Africa. So according to UNICEF, around 64 million children in Africa under 5 years of age are experiencing severe food poverty. So Africa's hunger crisis is particularly severe in the West and Central African regions. And then another cause is yung bad economy. So inflation is as the result of a bad economy means that even if food is available and people have jobs, they may not be able to afford even the most basic staples. So what happens when people go hungry? So prolonged periods of food insecurity can lead to malnutrition and may manifest in many forms. So una dito is yung wasting or acute malnutrition. So this is when one is too thin for their height. So this is caused by lack of nutritious food and repeated diseases such as yung diarrhea, measles, and malaria. So next is stunting or chronic malnutrition. So when a child is too short for their age. So this indicates that a child has failed to reach their growth potential and has hindered their cognitive development. And then another one is yung micronutrient deficiency. So this is when the body lacks a type of vitamin or mineral such as yung iron, iodine, vitamin A, and zinc needed for the healthy growth and development. And lastly is yung being overweight. So when someone is too heavy for one's height. So a poor diet can cause someone to be overweight, putting them at greater risk of diet-related non-communicable diseases in life such as yung diabetes and high blood. So let us now talk about the food crisis that occurs around the world. So according to Global Report on Food Crisis, in 2023, there are 281.6 million people, or 21.5% of the population, facing high levels of acute food insecurity in 59 countries. So some of the information on this includes is yung first is the overall share of the analyzed population facing high levels of acute food insecurity in 2023 was marginally lower than in 2022, but still higher than pre-pandemic. So an example of this is yung Sudan. So Sudan has been facing the biggest deterioration due to the impact from the conflict since 2023. So looking back at 2023, there was a conflict primarily because of power struggle between rival armed factions that broke out in Sudan, then later on developed into a full-scale civil war. So next is, in 2023, food crisis escalated alarmingly in conflict hotspots, notably in Palestine or yung Gaza Strip in Sudan. So conditions naman in Gaza went critical following an upsurge of violence in early October 2023, with 96% of their population facing acute food insecurity. So you can say na during that time, food, water, fuel, electricity were greatly affected. There are overcrowded shelters, poor health services, and even the conditions of their monetary fund also deteriorated. So another is that nearly 24 million people face high levels of acute food insecurity than in 2022. So with acute food insecurity deteriorated in 12 countries such as Nigeria, Sudan, Congo, actually mostly African countries between 2022 to 2023, where 13.5 million people needed urgent assistance and mostly in Sudan. So this figure shows the top 10 countries with the largest number of people facing high levels of acute food insecurity. So as per data, around 176 million people or 62.5% are facing acute food insecurity in over 59 countries. So as we can see, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Nigeria, Sudan, Afghanistan, and Ethiopia are the leading countries with the highest food insecurity level. So despite the negative impacts, food security yet improved in other 17 countries, such as yung Namibia, mainly due to the arrival of their new harvest season, and then Tanzania with their good rainfall forecast, thus it increased their food production. Burundi due to seasonal post-harvest effect, but the biggest improvement of all was in Kenya due to the impact of favorable weather on their crops and livestock. So this resulted in 7.2 million fewer people facing high levels of acute food insecurity. So next is acute malnutrition among children and women continued to deteriorate, especially sa mga affected areas such as Sudan, Congo, and Palestine. So due to their large population, the nutrition situation of children and also of pregnant and breastfeeding women poses a big concern. So the figure from the left shows that out of 36.4 million children aged under 5 are suffering from acute malnutrition. So 26.6 million of these comprises of moderately acute malnourished children, while the 9.8 million children are severe acutely malnourished. So on the other hand, there are about 9.3 million pregnant and breastfeeding women are acutely malnourished. So while the figure on the right shows the top 10 countries with highest numbers of children with acute malnutrition, with Nigeria taking the lead on the list, and the topmost list also includes yung Ethiopia, Afghanistan, Sudan, and Congo. So global food crisis has affected the lives of billions of people, and that includes our country, Philippines. So now we're gonna dive into the food security monitoring in the Philippines. So according to World Food Program, Philippines continues to be one of the fastest growing economies in Southeast Asia and has even made progress in reducing poverty and improving food security. So however, some of the chronic problems still remains. So some of the highlights from the first semester is that yung first, approximately 25 million people or Filipinos are still living below the poverty threshold. Next is that malnutrition still remains prevalent with child stunting incidence at 26.7%. And then lastly are the natural hazards and human-induced conflicts that contribute to the food and nutrition insecurity. So first is yung poverty threshold. So according to World Food Program, 1 out of 10 households in the Philippines are food insecure. So their primary concerns are mostly, first is yung increasing food prices, transportation, and electricity. So the poorest regions generally have the highest percentage of food insecure households. So the top 3 most food insecure regions are the BARMM, Region 8, and Region 12, that are also among the 7 poorest regions in the Philippines. So in which the topmost region recorded food insecurity levels above 30%. So according to that report, households spend more than half of their incomes on food on average. So compared to 2021, households' food expenditure increased to 52% today. So when asked whether their spending on food changed in the past year, 76% said that they increased it, with 56% of it said that they are concerned with the continued increase in the food prices, while about 66% naman of the households relying on agriculture are also spending more of their income on food. So this is actually unsurprising since food has been the largest contributor of inflation. So next is yung malnutrition. So malnutrition in the Philippines is a significant issue. So according to UNICEF Philippines, around 2 million or 18% of children in the Philippines are severely food poor. So however, the Philippines continues to strengthen its efforts to improve food and nutrition security of Filipinos, and that is through the Philippine Plan of Action for Nutrition for 2023 to 2028. So this plan serves as the framework to guide the government, the NGOs, academe, and private sectors in a coordinated effort to reduce all forms of malnutrition. So another one is the natural hazard in the Philippines. So this includes yung mga typhoon, floods, and droughts that has a substantial impact on agriculture, livestock, and fishery supply. So recently, Typhoon Julian in the Philippines has caused severe flooding and landslides affecting farming and fishing households that provide a major source of income and livelihoods, and it has affected over 7 million Filipino people. So for the future plans, as per World Food Program's country strategic plan for 2024 to 2028, they will still continue to extend support to our government in order to achieve food and nutrition security. So these includes plans like yung first is improving emergency preparedness and response. Next is yung strengthening resilience against climate change and other shocks. And then lastly is enhancing the delivery of social protection, which is in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, which is yung zero hunger. So let us now further discuss on the issues and challenges we are facing in the midst of food crisis. So there are actually 3 major drivers of food crisis. First is yung conflict. So conflict is one of the main and most devastating drivers of food crisis. So wars can trigger food shortages by destroying infrastructure and damaging food supply chains. So the current conflict in Ukraine, for example, has destroyed farmland and critical infrastructure, killed livestock, and disrupted vital supply chain. So another one is yung climate change. So climate change is increasing the intensity and frequency of natural disasters. So these disasters disrupt food production and distribution by destroying agricultural land, roads, and infrastructure. So for example, nito is yung mga extreme weather event that is happening in South and Central America that continues to destroy crops and reduce food supply. So with nearly 8 million people affected in El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and then Nicaragua. So next naman is yung economic shocks. So economic shocks trigger skyrocketing prices of food, prevent food trade, and have a widespread impact on the economy. So for example is the devastating impact of the pandemic on the global economy. So since the outbreak, the number of people facing severe hunger has increased to 150 million. So pandemic lockdown measures has affected small-scale farmers, sellers, and traders, while yung quarantine and travel restrictions naman disrupted the supply deliveries and caused food prices to spike, making food too expensive for millions. So for the last topic, we hereby now address the food crisis in the fourth industrial revolution era. So some of the potential solutions include is yung first, increasing agricultural productivity. So this actually starts with efficient on-farm management using technological innovation. So for example is when we invest in agriculture, it increases production of food and also promote food security. So this includes improving access to technology, training of farmers, and providing financial incentives to increase production. So there are actually many ways for farmers to improve their agricultural productivity. So strategies include is yung first, yung precision farming practices. So there is a technology like a variable rate seeding that allows farmers to automatically seed and apply nutrients at different rates based on soil conditions. So this is particularly useful in fields with varying water retention capacities or soil organic matter levels. So this technique is commonly used in North America and European farms. So next is the new advancement on-farm data collection, analysis, and information technology. So some examples include is yung digital soil mapping. So this is a computer-assisted production of digital maps for the land, soil types, and properties. So for example is the USDA, they have a high-quality soil maps digitally available to US farmers. So this is to provide a helpful tool that gives farmers valuable information about soil quality, including their native fertility. So next naman is using smartphone apps. So there's this app called Nuru that provides real-time diagnosis of plant diseases or pests in the field. So it helps small-scale farmers to detect and control crop pests and diseases. So this smart app is particularly used in African countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Ghana. So next is promoting sustainable food system. So this can help reduce the impact of climate change on food production while ensuring equitable access to nutritious food. So this includes promoting agroforestry, regenerative farming, and sustainable land use practices. And then another one is supporting vulnerable population. So yung targeting support for vulnerable population, this includes yung mga women, children, and refugees, can also help address the root cause of food crisis. So next on the list is addressing the climate change. So we can do this by working to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, promote renewable energy, and invest in climate adaptation strategies. So next is to advocate for policy change. So government policies have a great impact on success of sustainable agriculture programs. So it is important to advocate for policies that support farmers in utilizing sustainable practices and encourage public to also invest in research and development. So the Philippine government has launched the National Food Policy or NFP, which formalizes the country's commitment to end hunger and malnutrition. So it is a long-term strategy aimed to end hunger and achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. So another is improving economic opportunities. So addressing poverty and unemployment through job creation and income support programs can play a crucial role in reducing food insecurity. And then another one is through advancement of technology. So this can help people increase crop yields, better manage resources, and develop new food products. However, it is important to know that any technological advances are done in responsible manner that does not harm the environment or public health. So some examples nito are yung first is yung digital sensors. So sensor technologies available today monitor every aspect of agriculture. So from aerial imagery to microclimate data collection to even telling the producers the precise pH level of their soil. So digital sensors that are used in various applications in the Philippines. So an example of this is yung AquaSense. So this is a automated water quality monitoring system that uses electronic sensors to measure pH, oxygen, turbidity, temperature, salinity, and ammonia levels in real time. So next naman is yung irrigation. So this is a critical part of food production wherein producers make the absolute best use and least amount of water in crop production. So some of the common irrigation technology that is used in the Philippines include is yung first, yung surface irrigation, which is yung direct application of water sa soil surface. And then next is sprinkler irrigation, which uses overhead sprinklers. And then there's also drip irrigation, which uses network of tubes to deliver water directly to the roots. So another is yung biotechnology. So for example, on crop breeders, biotechnology allows for faster and more precise breeding methods. So an example of this is yung BT corn, which was designed to be resistant to the Asiatic corn borer. And then there's also golden rice, which genetically modified to contain beta-carotene and was approved for commercialization last 2021. And then lastly is yung fleet management. So advanced telemetry systems and GPS have positively affected the fleet management in agriculture. So the most basic systems can locate equipment in use, while yung mga more advanced systems naman can give precise information, including yung mga engine speed, fuel usage, upcoming maintenance, and they can even give immediate alerts. So last on the list to address food crisis is through communication. So effective communication is critical for the successful implementation of sustainability initiatives. So an example of this is like through this webinar. So sharing information can help increase understanding and also encourage collaboration. So to conclude this talk, let me just share with you a part of a message I read from the Secretary General of the United Nations named Mr. Antonio Guterres. So quote, "Humanity can and must do better. Together, with commitment and concerted action, we can create a world where hunger has no home." Unquote. So this might seem like a dream that is hard to achieve or like a problem that is hard to solve. But I guess if one can be educated or develop awareness, exhibit a little bit of compassion or extend help, whether through big or small deed, or by just simply care on what's happening in our world today, that impossible dream might turn possible someday. So food crisis may never end, but little by little, we can at least lessen its impact to our society. So if you're interested to learn more about this topic, here are my cited references flashed on the screen. And thank you so much for listening. If you have any questions, you may contact me at the email you can see in the screen, and have a great day, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eliza Aviso, for sharing your knowledge on the food crisis in the Philippines. So we are now opening the platform for the question and answer session. So we encourage everyone to actively participate by submitting your comments and questions via our YouTube live. Okay. So we have received some questions from our viewers. So for the first question, Ma'am Eliza, from Ms. Kat Bulawi, as a food technologist, what do you think we can contribute to help lessen the burden on food prices?
Okay. So, food technology. That's actually a good question because I'm a food technologist myself. I think we can mostly contribute in the field of research and development or in quality assurance. So, for example, by innovating new products, we can utilize our unused raw materials or maybe wasted part of our raw mat, thus created a new, or thus creating new food product choices. Or for packaging naman, we can use eco-friendly packaging, thus reducing waste and resource usage. So while in quality assurance naman, we can also improve food quality and safety. Thus, for example, post-harvest losses in the food production can be reduced.
Okay, okay, ma'am. So we have another question from Miss Frances Jimenez. So how do you see the future of the Philippines in terms of food crisis issues?
Hmm. Uh, Actually, it depends. It's not that as if we can predict what the future holds, but I can definitely say that what we do today can affect what's gonna happen for tomorrow. So it's like if we do nothing, then we should expect something or some changes in the future. Food crisis, it's actually a prevalent issue, not only in our country, but also to other countries, or rather in the world. So to be honest, for me, I still don't, uh, I still don't see or even feel that our country is as progressive as it had been said, like it has been reported. So like for example, when I go outside, I still see the same people roaming on the street begging for alms. Or for example, when I go to the market, I can only sigh while looking at the prices of the food and thinking, "Kaya, how am I gonna budget this?" So I mean those little things comprises a portion on how food crisis is affecting or happening around us. So, if I were to speak about the future, I mean, there will still be food crisis, but how much of an impact or intensity food crisis will have on that future depends on what we'll do today. Hmm.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question. So from this is from Miss Liana Martinez. So what do you think are the top contributors to food crisis?
Top contributors to food crisis. As I've mentioned earlier, I think it's wait. I think it's the it's the vicious cycle of poverty. So it's like for example, there are children in the schools that are hungry, so and then they cannot focus on school, which school. So children can focus on school because they're hungry. The reason why they can't reason kung bakit hindi sila makaahon from poverty. And then there's also their parents who's working hard in order to provide food from the table. So parang through that, it's like an endless vicious cycle of poverty. So I think that's the top most contributor ng food crisis is yung poverty talaga.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Eliza Aviso. So we'll now be closing our question and answer session. So unanswered questions will be noted by our team and addressed through your provided email. So kindly ensure that the name displayed in your YouTube live chat is the same as the name in your registration. Okay, so thank you to everyone who raised their comments and questions to our speaker, Miss Eliza Aviso. Okay, moving on to our second topic for today. We will focus on the diminishing food supply chain, which is a critical issue affecting food security today. As global challenges like climate change, economic disruptions, and evolving technologies reshape how food is produced and distributed, the food supply chain is under increasing pressure. In this session, we will examine how these factors are leading to a decline in food availability and stability, and what steps can be taken to strengthen the supply chain to ensure food security for all. Our next speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Food Technology from the Technological University of the Philippines and is currently taking up her master's in Food Safety Management. She is a Research and Development Officer at the Quick Mix Food and Beverage Manufacturing Corporation. Let us warmly welcome Ms. Rhea Joyce Prudenciado.
Thank you, Miss Carissa, for that very wonderful introduction. Good morning once again. I would like to welcome you all for our second topic that I will be sharing for this morning, the diminishing food supply chain under the food security. So before we proceed with the discussion, I would like to give you some insights of the backbone of our topic. So first here, we have the food supply chain, or what is a food supply chain? Its key steps and the types of models that is currently available in the market. And of course, I would like to tackle about the importance and also the challenges in between the food supply chain and of course the food supply chain under the 4.0 Industrial Revolution and its products. And of course, I would also like to discuss about the benefits of the 4.0 Industrial Revolution in the food supply chain. And the last topic would be the current issues and trends in the food supply chains. So first is, what is a food supply chain? Or a food supply chain or also a food system, which refers to the processes that describe how food from a farm ends up on our tables or transforming food from farm to fork. So this plays an important part for both manufacturers and consumers that can easily trace food products, especially for the food manufacturers. It is essential for the food products or the product recalls or withdrawals. While for the consumers, it means that consumers they can understand or fully understand the origin of their food and how it has been produced and processed. So just to cite some examples or just from the previous discussion from Ms. Alexa, that there's actually enough food production around the world. However, why is it there's still a large amount of malnutrition amongst young children and even to adults? So why is the food insecurity and food crisis is a never-ending issues not only in our country, the Philippines, but almost to countries like Democratic of Congo, Yemen, Syria, Somalia, and so on. So just to elaborate the design of the food chain system, it is to maintain food safety, sustainability, and security in the global community. Although it is designed and programmed to run without errors, this can't always be avoided, whether it's due to the system malfunctions, human error, or cyber attack, specifically in the current industrial revolution or the fourth one. So just imagine with just one disruption in the chain, it may result to a short or long-term problem. It may be internally or externally. This can lead to shortages, food poisoning, or even increase of the pricing of our food products. And this will often affect the most vulnerable amongst the population or the community. So let me proceed to the key stages in the food supply chain. So the food supply chain consists of distinct stages. Each stage plays a crucial role in the overall process. These stages are categorized based on the consumption level, considering whether the food requires processing or not. And it's also taking account into factors such as the food packaging and the transportation. First and foremost, let me discuss the production. So in this chain, it commences the sourcing of food, which takes place, or mostly these are carried by the local farmers, or in per se, it's the initial food producers. So in this chain level, the food is grown, developed, or produced while adhering to the quality and food safety standards in accordance with the local and international guidelines. Laws and regulations are implemented to ensure the quality, appearance, and safety of the food products. Just to cite an example, we have here in the Philippines the RA number 10611, or also known as the Food Safety Act of 2013. The purpose of this regulation is to maintain a farm-to-fork food safety regulatory system that ensures a high level of food safety, promotes fair trade, and advances to the global competitiveness of the Philippine food and food products. The next one we have here, the handling and storage. So once the products are harvested, they undergo necessary preparation. So for instance, they undergo different activities such as the sorting. We have here the cleaning, the grading, storing of food, um, under proper conditions, of course. So for example, if the product is a temperature sensitive, it is stored under the right temperature to maintain its quality and freshness. The next one we have here is the processing and packaging. So in this stage, it is ensured to convert the food into an edible form. Food products may undergo different processing such as the cooking, cutting, baking, packaging prior to packaging. So we have here the distribution. Once packed and ready, the food products are shipped. It could be through land or seas and even air. So from packaging plant to their final, the packaging plant, they will undergo the final destinations to commonly known as the suppliers and retailers, wherein food products are displayed and sold at supermarkets. We have also the restaurants, even online platforms, grocery stores, and many other places. Whilst for the last stage, we have here the consumption. Here the consumers make purchases of the food products for the consumption. So here are the key steps in the food supply chains. So what are the types of food supply chains that we have already? So wherein I will be discussing the 6 models of the food supply chains. So first is we have the continuous flow model. This is used within a high demand production and as it offers inventory and raw material stability. So this model is ideal for well-established brands for their mature supply chain where the customer profile is not likely to change. We have here the fast chain model, wherein it is used for trendy, perishable products, and it changes from time to time. So it helps businesses capitalize on high demand food items, just for example, just like the fashion, it changes from time to time. So as the food. So in this model, restaurants adapt swiftly by updating menus with innovative dishes. So for the third one, we have here the efficient chain model. This is beneficial for businesses operating in highly competitive environments. It emphasizes high efficiency in delivery, the logistics. This is to maintain a competitive advantage. So by adopting this efficient chain model, companies can optimize their operations and enhance profitability in competitive markets. We have here also the Agile model, which compromises 4 key components. We have, just to example, we have here the virtual integration, the process alignment, network base, and also the market sensitivity. So for this one, it involves a real-time tracking of market demand that changes from time to time. And we have here the fifth one, the custom configured model, which is a combined model between agile and continuous flow models. So this accommodates multiple product configurations in the food supply chain. This ensures adaptability to changing preference and requirements. So for the last one, for the types of model of the food supply chain, in this the flexible model, this enables food businesses to effectively handle both high demand peaks and low demand periods. And also, the importance of the food supply chain we have here. Let me discuss first is the food security. So why is it food supply chain is important? First and foremost, when it comes to tackling about the food security, a well-maintained food supply chain ensures food security. With the right strategies of food supply chain solutions, businesses can avoid food shortages, and it enables a consistent supply of food products to meet the consumer demands. We have here the efficiency and cost effectiveness with the supply chain. The processes get streamlined right from the production to distribution. This helps to reduce the waste and it also helps lower the production cost. which result to more affordable food products for the consumers. And for the third one, we have here is the quality and safety assurance. So food supply chain ensures the maintenance of the quality and safety of the food products. A lot of food companies adhere to strict quality control measures, which this is very helpful when it comes to prevention of any contamination, spoilage, and other problems that can alter the safety of the food or may affect the food supply chain. So we also have here the market access and the global trade. A streamlined supply chain smoothens trains around the world, not only in our country. This will also be economically beneficial for the businesses from local to international industries. And we have here the last one. We have the adaptability to change. The food supply chain is resilient. So this management considers consumers' preferences, the environmental conditions, the changing market trends, or as I've said a while ago, that food supply chain are the demands of the food changes from time to time. So the adaptability of the food supply chain to the changing needs ensures the sustainability of the food production and the distribution system. And so for the next one, we have here the challenges in the food supply chain. So the food supply chain is vulnerable to various disruptions that can have a widespread consequences. These disruptions can lead to food shortages, increased prices, and other complications. So here are the common factors that can disrupt the food supply chain. We have here is the health crisis. So just imagine one of the remarkable disruption when it comes to health is the COVID-19 pandemic, right? So it have evidently disrupt the workforce, affecting the farmers, the manufacturing plants, and even the grocery stores, and even us. So this shortage of workers disrupts the functioning of the food supply chain. Additionally, outbreaks or any contamination incidents, not only the pandemic, it can also disrupt the food supply chain, and it can result to the diminishing of the food supply. And for the next one, we have here the energy security. So the energy security is one of the most crucial part of the at every stage of the food supply chain. Food producers requires energy for crop cultivation and livestock maintenance, while manufacturers on electricity, it is very useful when it comes to processing and packaging. Whilst for the transportation or the logistics, it heavily depends on the fuel for delivery, especially in most parts of our country where electricity supply is not enough, to which results in more disruption for the local farmers. Not only the local farmers, but also for the producers and even the suppliers. So a lot of food, especially cold frozen products, will be put to waste just because it is the electricity is not sufficient. We have here the next one is the extreme weather conditions. Especially here in our country, we are often experience calamities such as typhoons and volcanic eruptions, as we are situated in a tropical and one of the countries included in the Pacific Rim of Fire. Just imagine how many typhoons and calamities we ought to expect yearly according to PAGASA, with the anticipated count of typhoons that will hit the countries for about, imagine 14 to 18 and even more, which can cause damages to factories, farms, and transportation routes that severely limits the food production and the distribution capabilities. This leads to delays and shortages within the food supply chain, or per se, the diminishing of the food supply chain. And we have here the last one for the challenges when it comes to food supply chain, the geopolitical conflict. This poses a substantial risk for the food supply chain. For example, if the country is involved in such conflicts, which is also a major producer for specific food products, infrastructure damage and reduced workforce can occur as well. The disruption will evidently impact both domestic and international food trade, causing ripple effects throughout the global markets. One of the best example, as from Ma'am Alisa's discussion, the issue between the Russia and Ukraine war, which leads to the shortages of the wheat and some other products. Okay. So after that, let me discuss about the food supply chain in the fourth industrial revolution. As we have observed from the coming years, food manufacturing industries have been subjected to huge changes. This change might be caused by various global megatrends such as urbanization, we have globalization, individualization, and even demographic change, which is considerably a challenge for the industry, especially for the upcoming influence and the complex activities in when it comes to advancement and innovative system for technologies. Nevertheless, this might require huge number of changes to adapt in ever-changing volatile demands. Food manufacturing will have to establish different strategies to be able to compete with other manufacturing industries. Currently, as we can observe, the quest for the food sustainability is becoming more relevant and ever more urgent in the face of global issues and trends. The fourth industrial revolution denotes the applications of more innovative, advanced, and digitalized technologies when it comes to food sector, which encompasses a range of digital, physical, and biological advancement in technological aspects, including the artificial intelligence such as the AI, big data analytics, the Internet of Things or the IoT. We have here the smart sensors, the robotics, and blockchain. Among others, all this technological revolution is characterized by the fusion of digital, physical, and even the biological food sciences. We have here first is the robotics and automation. So this is one of the products of the 4.0 industrial revolution in the food industry. Robotics and automation provides many opportunities to perform multiple operations in various industrial sectors, including the food processing industry. While the first developed autonomous robots were intended to perform simple repetitive jobs, the need for these products, the automation and robotics has been dramatically established over the last 4 years with the outbreak of the pandemic or the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to the labor shortages and the movement of restrictions of workers needed in the food processing work sites, just for example, since it is a need of a high degree of sanitation and reduced human contact in the manufacturing. Robots are programmed to mimic humans and their actions, making them dexterous and thus more flexible than regular automated machinery. They're most likely used or utilized to pick and place operations to complete tasks such as sorting, packing, and packaging. And we have here the smart sensors, one of the most important industry technologies or the 4.0 technologies that plays a very significant role when it comes to food supply chain. Nowadays, a wide range of sensors are available to monitor the quality and safety of the food through the measurement of, first example, the humidity, the temperature, variations in gas concentration such as the oxygen, the carbon dioxide, and so on. And it also monitors the changes in pH. For example, we have here is the electronic nose and the electronic tongue. So we have here, just to elaborate the e-nose, this simulates the human nose to detect and identify the volatile organic compounds which distinguish the complex odors with an array of sensors. E-tongue that simulates a human tongue, just imagine, which can perceive five basic tastes, which will be further discussed by by Sir Neil on our second part of the webinar for this afternoon. And we have here for the next products of the 4.0 Industrial Revolution is the AI, or also known as the artificial intelligence. It is one of the emerging digital technologies that has received a great attention in recent years, being a creative tool that simulates the human reasoning ability and the intelligence using the computers, robots, and digital equipment. AI is one of the most powerful tools that can be used to solve complex problems and perform various tasks such as food sorting, quality and safety check, the process optimization, and so on. In the food processing, accelerating the move forward to the intelligent food processing is very much helpful and relevant. And we have here the Internet of Things that can also be defined as the network of things that can be located, that can be able to locate, identify, and even operate upon which are connected through sensors. So the benefits of the application of this Internet of Things in the food processing are numerous. That means there's a huge helpful or benefits when it comes to using of this Internet of Things. This includes the improved safety, increase efficiency, enhance production, and enhance transparency when it comes to food. And the last one, it is also be able to optimize food production systems. So the main advantage of this Internet of Things are related to monitoring processes and products. The large amount of data collected by the Internet of Things system can support decision making in the industry. So we have here the big data or the big data analytics. This is produced from the various operations during the food processing. So big data can be used to align food processing with the strategies to reduce food loss and food waste when it comes to enhancement demand of forecasting, increase process optimization, and improve new product development. This also addresses concerns for the food safety. Big data is currently deployed in the food sector for improving the transparency and also the traceability. Thereby, it contributes to the sustainable development. So let's move on to the benefits of the digitalization in the food supply chain. So a particularly promising application of the Industry 4.0 is directly harnessing the main advantages of the application of the concept of this current industrial revolution, or the fourth one. According to the study conducted by the International Journal of Business, Economics, and Management, the following benefits can be attributed from the 4.0 industrial revolution, or especially to the digital supply chain management. We have here is the improved efficiency. Improving supply chain efficiency through digitalization is the process of using technological advancement to improve the way supply chain processes, that especially with the management, tracking, and optimization. It involves using digital tools to streamline, such as for the tracking of inventory, managing orders, and analyzing the performance. We also have here the enhanced visibility. So for the enhancing supply chain visibility through digitalization is the process of using digital technologies to better track, manage, and monitor the supply
Miss Rhea will be transferring to my Zoom live chat so she can continue. Ma'am Rhea? Okay, sorry for the technical difficulties. We will now be resuming the topic of Miss Rhea Prudenciado.
Hi everyone. So I'm so sorry for that. So where did I end up? Okay, so for the here, the improved collaboration. So of course, enhancing the supply chain collaboration through the digitalization or the automation is the process of using digital technologies such as the mobile applications. We have also here the online portals, the cloud-based platforms to coordinate and integrate and even optimize the activities and information flow between the supply chain partners. It enables businesses to streamline processes such as the automate manual tasks, and also it is very helpful when it comes to reducing of the cost. So digital collaboration also helps to improve transparency and customer satisfaction. We also have here the last one for the benefits of the digitalization in the food supply chain is the economic potential. So for the potential of the said industrial revolution for the entire manufacturing environment is very huge, such as the meeting the individual customer requirements, the flexibility, optimized decision making, resource productivity, and efficiency. And these benefits correlates strongly in the cost reduction for the food businesses. So after the benefits of the digitalization, we have here the challenges in the 4.0 industrial revolution in the food supply chain. So the demand for the food continues is expected to increase by 56%. So just imagine all of these current issues and trends. We have here the response time, the conflicting priorities, the inept fulfillment model, the steadfast technology, the lack of visibility, adaptability, and agitability. Just for the response time, this is just one of the issues of the 4.0 industrial revolution, especially when the RFID. Not everyone has the capability to use an RFID, especially with the logistics. And we have here the conflicting priorities. Of course, it is also relevant when it comes to the logistics and the production, especially in the food manufacturing. And we also have here the end fulfillment model, which is end users experience certainly drives this where the supply chain models, but the conventional supply chains models are inefficient. And we also have here the steadfast technology and the lack of visibility. And with the lack of visibility, there's also disrupts are one of the issues, I mean, for the 4.0 industry, especially when there is no prediction when it comes to arising problems due to exposures of all the limits that I have said a while ago. We also have here the agitability. It is necessary to be able to for the food production to react quickly in an ever-changing core of the food industry. So the fourth industrial revolution brings with issues like enormous job displacement. So one of the problems that diminishes the food supply chain is the massive workforce reskilling, such as since not everyone is capable of using advanced technology, especially in our country, the Philippines. Not everyone is um, able to use or utilize a device that is very advanced and innovative, unlike any other countries. So for the one of the problems, just example, is the high cost. Not only is technology a major cost to consider, but the expertise when it comes to enabling the technology is not helpful enough, or it really costs too much for the food manufacturers. We also have here the high rate of failure. So just it imagine it costs already much. How with the difficulty of the advancement of the technology is often lack of the direction. So to which means that it is very much conflicting to any other to all the partners of the food supply chain. And of course, the cybersecurity, since we're living in a 4.0 industrial revolution, it is the opportunities for the hackers is very much relevant. We also have here the job placement, as I've tackled a while ago. Not everyone is capable of doing activities, especially when it comes to advancement and innovative um, technologies. And the last one here is the industry and the market disruptions. And for this one, just to wrap up my discussion, there is a high demand for digitalization and automation for the various processing technologies in the food industry, especially in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is evident that the time has come to enhance digitalization and automation in the food sector using recent advances and innovations for the fourth industrial revolution. By leveraging the advancement of technological processes, the food industry can significantly enhance the productivity and ensuring a consistent supply of safe and nutritious food, ultimately enhancing the food supply chain. In addition to that, this also very helpful to reducing the food waste and of course the impact of these technologies in the environment, such as especially for the carbon footprint. So along with this, the advancement in the modern production lines has important limitations. In food manufacturing industry, it's always corresponded with complex challenges that were already introduced, that I've already introduced a while ago. And gradually, it will evolve in the industrial revolutions and emerging challenges that are still yet under innovations in the industry. So, with this mechanization of the food processing, to which is much more appreciated, to why is our food supply chain is slowly diminishing, especially here in our country. So, thank you so much for coming all this way to, especially for keeping up through this whole discussion. And I'm very much sorry for the disruption a while ago. Once again, good morning and thank you everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Rhea Prudenciado, for keeping us updated on the status of the diminishing food supply chain. So we are now opening the platform for the Q&A session. We encourage everyone to submit your comments and questions via our YouTube live chat. Okay, so for the first question from Miss April Justin, out of all the disadvantages you have mentioned, what do you think contributed more on why our food supply is diminishing in the fourth industrial revolution?
All right. Okay. So thank you for that, Ma'am April. So while I have mentioned a while ago that there is a lot to consider when it comes to the contemplating of what is the 4.0 industrial revolution. However, one thing that the current revolution one thing that the current revolution has been challenged of is that it costs much than of the previous technological advancement, and of course with the innovations. It is obviously not suitable for everyone, and it is not friendly enough for everyone. As I've said, that not everyone can be able to sustain or utilize advanced or innovative technologies, especially in the food manufacturing. It is not, as I've said, it is not socially compatible. Yet the demand and the rising population is not directly proportional to the capability of the advancement.
Okay. For our second question from Mr. Sis de Ocampo, which of the supply chain is much likely in need of improvement when it comes to the current revolution?
So, it could start especially in the primary production already. However, I would suggest, or for my observation, is that it should be more focused on the production and the transportation. As I've highlighted, the 4.0 industrial revolution or the current revolution is much more advanced and innovative by means of manufacturing technologies like the automation and robotics, which is very much helpful and relevant for the industry such as in the food manufacturing. Whilst for the transportation, it is also one of the 4.0 technologies is very much helpful when it comes to delivery or the logistics, especially how just imagine how many food have been delivered late that can cause disruption in our food supply chain that it even resulted to food insecurity and even hunger.
Okay, ma'am. For our last question from our YouTube live chat from Miss Mochi, what skills are needed to be successful in the food supply chain management?
Um, to be successful in the food supply management, to be successful in the food supply chain management, um, professionals, especially food technologies, need the blend of logistics, operations, and problem-solving skills just to ensure efficient movement when it comes to goods or the food products from producers to consumers, as I've said a while ago, the steps of the food supply chains. So for strong communication and collaboration, the abilities they are crucial for coordinating with various stakeholders or the partners in between the food supply chain. While the quality control expertise is needed to meet the safety and regulatory standards locally or internationally. So for the such as the data analysis skills, it is very helpful in demand when it comes to forecasting and inventory optimization. And a focus on sustainability ensures the implementation of environmental friendly practices throughout the supply chain or the food supply chain management.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Ria. So we'll now be closing our Q&A session. So unanswered question, again, will be noted by our team and addressed through the email you provided during the registration. So thank you everyone who raised their comments and questions, and to our speaker, Ms. Rhea Prudenciado. Okay, so just to ask how's everyone doing right now. So I hope that everyone is still able to keep up with the new or the additional knowledge from our speakers. So before we proceed to our last topic for this morning, let's have a short icebreaker just to keep the blood pumping. So I hope everyone is familiar with the online game-based learning platform called Kahoot. So here to facilitate this icebreaker, may I call on Miss Jonaline Serrano.
Okay. So again, welcome to our Kahoot game on a very important topic, food security and the challenges of the fourth industrial revolution. Today, we'll be diving into how technology like artificial intelligence, drones, and data are changing the way we grow, distribute, and manage food resources, as well as the challenges we face in ensuring enough food for everyone. Okay. So this game is going to be both fun and educational. So make sure you pay attention because this game will have an amazing prize for the top three with the highest score. So the first placer will accept 200 pesos and the second and third placer will accept 100 pesos each. So we'll be testing your knowledge with some multiple choice questions to see how much you know about food security and innovations of the fourth industrial revolution. Okay, so while waiting for the others during the game, I'll be discussing how the mechanics are. Okay, so first, you'll need to join the Kahoot game by going to kahoot.it on your phone or computer or what devices you are using right now. and I'll give you the game pin. So the game pin we have here is the 835 and 852. So that is our game pin. And then you can also scan the QR code beside the game pin. And then where you can start and type for you to join. And once you are in, and you can now enter your full name to play. Okay, so again, kindly enter your full name so that we can contact you right away from the winner. So there will be big prizes for this. Okay. Okay, so while waiting for others, so we have almost small participants yet, so let's wait for others. So while we are waiting for others, I will discuss how we are going to do. So once we start, you'll see a question on the screen with one possible answer. So use your device to choose the answer you think is correct. So, but remember, speed matters. You only have 30 seconds to answer the 7 questions. Yes, we only have 7 questions for this Kahoot game. So the faster you answer, the more points you can earn, and you can get your prize. And then third is, after each question, you'll see who's on the top of the leaderboard. So the person with the most points at the end will win. But don't worry, even if you are not in the first place right away, you can still catch up with a few good answers and be the leader. Okay? And then, okay, so once again, you have 30 seconds to answer in the 7 questions. And the first top 3 players will get a chance to have an amazing prize, which are the first placer will get 200 pesos. The second and the third placer will have 100 pesos each. So let's get ready to test your knowledge and learn more about how we can tackle food security with the help of cutting-edge technology. So keep your fingers ready. Are you guys ready? And okay, so we're going to start. So I'm hoping that all of our participants are here now. So I hope that you are all ready. Okay, so keep your fingers ready and good luck. So we're going to start now. Okay. For our first question is, okay, so this happens when the body lacks a type of vitamin or mineral needed for healthy growth and development. So we have here the weight state, overweight, stunting, and micronutrient deficiency. So we have 30 seconds to answer this question. What will be the answer? You have 5 seconds, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, so the correct answer is micronutrient deficiency. Okay, so give them a round of applause. So who's our top? Okay, so Luna, Dia is our first place. Okay, so next, for our second question. Okay, your fingers ready? Okay, so 30 seconds. It usually occurs when rates of hunger, starvation, and malnutrition rise sharply at the local, national, or global level. Okay, so we have your food crisis, food waste, food security, food deprivation. So what do you think is the correct answer? You only have 5 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1. So our correct answer is food crisis. So it will be our first living law. Okay, so Luna had been notated by John on. Okay. So, okay, so for our next question, our third question. Okay, the question is the time that food supplies from the last harvest running out while the next one is still farmed. So what will it be? Is it the winter season, summer season, after season, or autumn season? 10 seconds to go. Okay, we have 5 seconds. Okay, so the correct answer is the hunger season. It will be the is it okay? So John Ong is still on our top one. Okay, for our fourth question number 4. So for the question number 4, which law mandates project proponents to assess the potential environmental impacts of their projects before approval? So you have 30 seconds, 18, 17. So we have here choices: Clean Air Act of 1999, Clean Water Act, Ecological Solid Waste Management Act, and Environmental Impact. Okay, so the environmental impact law. Okay, so who will be our first top one? So John Ong is still in our top one. So congratulations. And then our question number 5. I hope you guys are getting ready for our question number 5. Okay, so which of the following is not discussed in the presentation as a potential solution for sustainable food production? Okay, so we have here the precision agriculture, vertical farming, genetically modified organisms or GMOs, and blockchain. So only have 10 seconds to go. So what will be our correct answer? Okay, so our correct answer is the GMOs or the genetically modified organism. So who will be our, is it John Ong? It's still in our leaderboard. Oh, it's Mochi. So Mochi is our top one for now. Okay, next question. So second to the last question. Okay, so which of the following is a challenge to adopting Industry 4.0 technologies in the Philippine food sector? Is it the lack of the government support, high cost of technology, limited access to skilled labor, or all of the above? Only 10 seconds left. So keep your fingers choosing the correct answer. You have okay. So the correct answer is all of the above. Is it Mochi in the our leaderboard? Okay, so Mochi is still in our leaderboard. And then our last question for this Kahoot game. So I hope you are all enjoying our Kahoot game. So this is our last question. Keep your fingers ready and choose the correct answer for 30 seconds. Which industry innovation can help reduce food waste in the supply chain? Is it the blockchain, virtual reality, radio, or handwritten receipts? Okay, so there are 13 answers from our participants. 14. 5 seconds to go. What will be the correct answer?
Okay, so the correct answer is the blockchain. Okay, so let's see who are on our top 3 for this Kahoot game. Okay, so our top 3 is April. Our top 2 is Leoj. And our top 1 or D is Mochi. Okay, so I hope you guys are having fun today. All right, so that wraps up our Kahoot game. So congratulations to our winners. So we have here Miss April from our third placer, and Mr. or Miss Leoj from our second placer, and our top 1 is Mr. or Miss Mochi. So kindly send us your contact number and email address for your prizes. So once again, I'm Ronaldine M. Serrano. I hope you had as much fun playing as I did hosting. So let's give a round of a big applause to our top 3 winners. Okay, congratulations to our winners. So please ensure that you've filled out your registration forms correctly so we can send your prize through the provided mobile number. So if you did not use your full name during our Kahoot game, kindly send your full name using our YouTube live chat. So for Miss Mochi, Mr. Leoj, and Miss April, kindly send your full name in our YouTube live chat. Please. So for our last topic for this morning, choosing environmentally friendly food is more important than ever for ensuring food safety. Food security, rather. Sustainability, food choices like reducing food waste, supporting eco-friendly farming, and opting for plant-based diets can help protect our environment while ensuring a steady and safe food supply for future generations. In this session, we'll explore how these choices are connected to food security and their importance in addressing the challenges of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Our next speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Technical Teacher Education, major in Food Technology from the Occidental Mindoro State College, and is currently taking up her master's in Food Science. With 6 years teaching experience, she is now a college instructor for hospitality management at her alma mater. Please give a warm welcome to Ms. Dana Dionyo.
Thank you very much for the very kind introduction, Ms. Carissa. So, good morning everyone. Welcome to our webinar with the theme entitled Food Safety and Security Issues in the Fourth Industrial Revolution. So, may I present to you the last topic this morning session, the environment-friendly food choices. So, to guide us along the presentation, here is the overview of what we're going to talk about this morning. So, we have the environmental problems, environmental laws and policies, programs promoting environment-friendly food choices, Fourth Industrial Revolution to fourth environment-friendly food choices, issues and challenges on adopting Fourth Industrial Revolution, implementing strategies in the Philippines, and the conclusion. So, have you ever stepped outside and felt like something was different? The air, the warmth, the way nature feels around you. This is because our environment is changing, and just like us, it's feeling the weight of those shifts. So as we step forward, let's take a moment to understand the challenges our planet faces, because every action counts in the fight for a sustainable future. So here are the environmental problems encountered when choosing environment-friendly foods. So we have the climate change. In climate change, it leads to temperature fluctuations and increased extreme weather events, significantly impacting agricultural productivity. So farmers experience unpredictable growing seasons, resulting in crop failures and financial instability. For markets, the unpredictability of crop yields creates price volatility and complicating planning and investment, and ultimately affecting food security. We also have the soil degradation. In soil degradation, it is driven by the overuse of chemicals and erosion due to poor land management practices. So this diminishes soil fertility, requiring farmers to invest in expensive fertilizers to maintain productivity. So the market suffers as decreased agricultural output leads to higher food prices and increased reliance on imports, threatening the food accessibility. We also have the water scarcity. So water scarcity arises from over extraction and the effects of climate change, which alter precipitation patterns. So farmers face challenges in irrigating crops, leading to reduced yields and potential abandonment of fields. So the market experiences decreased agricultural productivity, resulting in supply shortages and increased prices, further straining the food security. We also have the biodiversity loss. So biodiversity loss results from monoculture practices and habitat destruction, reducing ecosystem resilience. So farmers are impacted as the decline in pollinators and beneficial organisms lead to lower crop yields and increased pest pressures. So for the markets, it reduces biodiversity, threatens food security, and increases the vulnerability to pests and diseases, destabilizing the supply chains. We also have the access to resources. So, poor transportation networks severely limit farmer access to resources, so affecting both their production and market opportunities. So, inadequate roads and transportation can delay the movement of goods, leading to increased costs and higher rates of spoilage. So farmers struggle to get essential supplies such as seeds and fertilizers in a timely manner, which can hinder the crop yields. So, and as we face problems on access to resources, we also have a problem in policy and governance. So farmers face significant policy and governance challenges that impact their livelihoods. So inconsistent regulations can limit access to essential resources like land, water, and funding, making planning difficult. So a lack of investment in infrastructure such as roads and storage hampers the market access and raises the cost. So together, these issues create an unstable environment that undermines the farmers' economic stability and the food security. And the last problem is the consumer's behavior. So consumer behavior significantly contribute to environmental problems as many individuals prioritize the convenience and low cost over sustainability. So limited awareness of individuals prioritize convenience. Environmental impacts often causes indifference toward issues like plastic packaging and the food waste. So additionally, the tendency to favor fast, easily accessible options means that consumers may overlook more sustainable choices. So this behavior not only worsens environmental degradation but also delays the effort to promote eco-friendly practices. So with all these countless challenges weighing on our environment, especially in the food industry, we need solutions that not only address this issue but also guide us to a more sustainable future. So one key solution is making environmental friendly food choices. So as we go, what is environment-friendly food choices? So environment-friendly food choices minimize environmental impact and promote sustainability. So this includes selecting sustainability grow, plant-based, local, seasonal, and organic foods which support biodiversity. So prioritizing plant-based foods, local and seasonal produce, also an organic option can significantly support biodiversity. So these choices aim to foster food system that enhance ecological health, also promote the animal welfare. So in connection to the last presenter, to Ms. Rhea, the food supply chain plays a crucial role in shaping environment-friendly food choices. So by making informed food choices, individuals can play a vital role in protecting the environment and supporting healthier communities. So now that we understand the importance of environment-friendly food choices, it is crucial to know that we are not just alone in this effort. So there are laws and policies in place that support and guide individuals toward making these sustainable choices. So let's take closer. So we have the Environmental Impact Assessment Law, or the PD 1586. So this law mandates project proponents to evaluate and disclose the potential environmental impact of their project before approval. So one of their successful project is the Cavite Laguna Expressway or the CALAX. So the project was implemented in spotting environmental and social issues before construction began. So it helped to ensure that measures were put or this approach aimed not just to protect the environment but also the community and promote sustainable growth in the area. And we also have the Clean Air Act of 1999 or the RA 8749. So this act aims to achieve and maintain air quality standards to protect public health and the environment. So one of their successful project is the Smoky Mountain rehabilitation project that aims to restore the heavily polluted around Metro Manila. So this project seeks to improve environmental conditions and the quality of life for local residents. And we also have the Environmental Impact Assessment Ecological Solid Waste Management Act or RA 9003. So this law establishes a comprehensive framework for managing solid waste in a sustainable manner. So on August 22, 2022, so the Governor Eduardo Bigadiano signed an order establishing the Provincial Ecological Solid Waste Management Board of Occidental Mindoro, recognizing it as Provincial Solid Waste Board. So this initiative is in line with the Ecological Solid Waste Management, which aim to promote the effective solid waste management practices and also encourage local government units to adopt sustainable waste management strategies. And the last is the Clean Water Act, RA 9275. So the program are so to improve water quality and management wastewater effectively, promoting long-term sustainability and resilience for both the island's environment and its community. So one of the project of Clean Water Act is the Boracay Rehabilitation Program led by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. So the initiative aims to restore Boracay's ecosystem following environmental degradation involving the collaboration with local barangay government and implement sustainable practices. So apart from laws and policies, there are also specific programs in a place that actively promote environment-friendly food choices. So what's interesting is that many of us may already be contributing to these initiatives without even realizing it. So whether it is through local food sourcing, reducing the food waste, or supporting sustainable farming practices. So these programs are designed to make sustainable living more accessible to everyone. So let's explore some of this program. We have the Food and Agriculture Organization initiatives or the FAO initiatives. It focuses on increasing food security while reducing environmental impact. So the one of the project is the Agrobiodiversity-Based Livelihoods Project implemented by FAO and funded by the Global Environmental Facility. So it is to enable the women of the Tiboli tribe in the southern Philippines to keep an earning living despite the challenges brought by the COVID-19 pandemic. And we also have the Philippine National Organic Agriculture Program or the NOAP. So it aligns with global trends towards organic agriculture supported by international organizations to enhance sustainability and food security. And one of their projects is the Organic Agriculture Program for smallholder farmers that was launched in the Philippines as part of the NOAP program. So it is to enhance the livelihoods of small-scale farmers through sustainable agricultural practices. So the Organic Agriculture Program for smallholder farmers has been implemented in various provinces across the Philippines like Leyte, Samar, Cavite, and Benguet. And we also have the Global Environment Facility or the GEP project. It is one of the latest project funded by the GEP is the Philippine Rural Development Project, which has been ongoing since 2014 and continues to evolve. So this project aims to enhance rural livelihoods and improve agricultural productivity while promoting sustainable resources management across regions in the Philippines, including the Mindanao, Visayas, and Luzon. And we also have the Sustainable Cities Program. So implementing sustainable food system that enhance local food production and reduce the environmental impact. So one of their successful project is the Philippine Urban Development Project, which commenced in 2021. So this project aims to enhance urban resilience and sustainability in key cities across the Philippines, including Metro Manila, Cebu, and Davao. So the program focuses on integrating sustainable urban planning practices and improving public transportation systems. And last is the climate smart agriculture, or the CSA. So practices aimed at increasing productivity while adapting to climate change and reducing emissions supported by the international organization. So one of their project is the scaling up climate smart agriculture in the Philippines. So it is begun in 2021 that they aim to enhance the resilience of smallholder farmers to climate change impacts by promoting sustainable agricultural practices that increase productivity while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So implemented in various regions, including Mindanao and Luzon. So the project focuses on training farmers in climate smart techniques such as integrated crop management and agroforestry and efficient of water use. So these programs demonstrate a commitment to sustainable food system that address both environmental concerns and food security in the Philippines. So now, let's take our discussion further. Now, we're going to dive into a more specific topic, that is how the fourth industrial revolution connects with environment-friendly food choices. So you might wonder why this matters. Well, as technology rapidly advances, it's reshaping every aspect of our lives, including how we grow, distribute, and consume the food. Understanding this link is crucial, especially with today's environmental challenges, because technology holds the potential to create innovative solutions for a sustainable future. So let's explore the intersection of the two. So some of the technologies in fourth industrial that can help our farmers and markets is the precision agriculture. So as Miss Eliza introduced the precision agriculture, they have the drones. So drones or unmanned aerial vehicles equipped with cameras and sensors capture aerial imagery of farmland, providing farmers with insights into plant health, crop density, and field conditions. So this data allows for efficient management of resources like water, fertilizers, and pesticides, enhancing, reducing waste and environment impact. So in Japan, where the number of farmers has dropped from 11 million in 1965 to less than 2 million today. So the government aimed to introduce agricultural UAVs to cover over half of the land planted with rice, wheat, and soy. So promoting labor-saving practices and also boosting the productivity. And we also have Internet of Things. The Internet of Things, so as Ms. Rhea mentioned, Internet of Things that can help to food supply chain. Internet of Things also helps the farmers to gather real-time data on factors like soil moisture, temperature, and also the nutrient level. So as helping farmers make informed decisions about irrigation and crop management. So developed countries including Israel, Australia, United States, and many in Europe are increasingly adopting the Internet of Things in agriculture to enhance the productivity. And we also have the vertical farming technologies. In vertical farming technologies, we have the hydroponics and aeroponics. So hydroponics and aeroponics are innovative farming methods that grow plants without soil. So hydroponics uses nutrient-rich water solutions, while aeroponics employs a nutrient mix to nourish roots. So these techniques can reduce water usage by up to 90% compared to the traditional farming by recycling water and within the system. So we also have the LED lighting. LED lighting is a crucial for indoor and vertical farming. So as these energy efficient lights can be customized to emit specific wavelengths optimal for plant growth. So LED simulate natural sunlight, allowing crops to thrive indoor year-round and maximizing space and minimizing environment impact. So they also consume less energy, making indoor farming more sustainably. So the vertical farming is rapidly expanding in Japan. So the number of plant factories equipped with artificial light and hydroponics and aeroponics in Japan. So currently over 200 vertical farms focus on vegetable production with half utilization of the LED lights. And we also have the solar and wind power. The solar and wind power are vital renewable energy resources for farms and food production facilities. So by harnessing sunlight and wind, these technologies can reduce reliance on fossil fuels and lower greenhouse gas emissions. So solar panels can be installed on rooftops or field to power irrigation and processing facilities. So while wind turbines provide clean energy for operation. So since 2015, the China has rapidly increased its wind and solar generation, adding over 503 total, surpassing the generation of the US in 2020. And we also have the sustainable water management system. So rainwater harvesting involves collecting and storing rainwater for later use, especially beneficial in areas with limited water supply. So by capturing rainwater, farmers can supplement irrigation needs, making efficient use of natural precipitation and reducing their dependence on the water sources. The UN, or the United Nations Water for Life program, promotes rainwater harvesting as a solution to global water shortages, and countries like Cambodia, Haiti, China, Thailand, and Brazil have implemented the system to address rural droughts and urban water scarcity. So how these technologies can help food security and environment-friendly food choices. So these technologies enhance food security and promote environment-friendly food choices by optimizing resource use and minimizing the waste. So some of the technologies are the Internet of Things sensors and drones enable precise irrigation and efficient input management, leading to higher crop yields with less water and fewer chemicals. So as you can see, the fourth industrial revolution and its practices have a deep connection with environment-friendly food choices. So from precision farming and smart food production to reducing waste and optimizing supply chain. So these technologies are helping us so many ways. In other words, it's like a game changer in how we approach the food and the sustainability. So of course, in every good innovation comes with its ups and downs. So we have when we are adopting the fourth industrial revolution, it brought us some challenges like making sure everyone has access to new technologies and the need to learn new skills. So let's take closer. So one of the issues and challenges on adopting the fourth industrial is the infrastructure limitation. So without reliable internet access, farmers cannot obtain essential information such as weather forecasts, market prices, or best farming practices. So this information gap can lead to suboptimal decision making, resulting in lower crop yields and increased vulnerability to pests and diseases, ultimately contributing to food shortages and higher prices make it more difficult for communities to access nutritious food. So, for example, precision agriculture relies on data to optimize resource use, including water and fertilizer. So in the absence of connectivity, farmers may revert to traditional methods that are less efficient and more wasteful, leading to overuse of chemicals that harm soil and local ecosystem. Another issue is the cost barrier. So high initial investment in sustainable technologies such as vertical farming system and smart irrigation can be prohibitive, limiting these farmers' ability to implement efficient practices. So, cost barriers significantly impact the adoption of environment-friendly food choices, also the food security. So, particularly for small holders. So, when they cannot afford this innovation, they often resort to traditional farming methods that yield lower less accessible to their communities. For example, the high cost deter the farmers from investing in practices that reduce chemical use and also conserve water, which can harm the environment and degrade soil health. Another issue is the knowledge and skill gap. So without the ability to leverage these innovations, farmer may miss opportunities to enhance the efficiency and sustainability. So the knowledge and skill gap among farmers is significant barrier to adopting environment-friendly food choices. So there is an urgent need for training programs that equip farmers with the skills effectively to use new technologies and understand the sustainable practices. So such training can help them uh, about improving the crop yields and reducing the environmental impact. So one of the example is the digital literacy. So many farmers may lack familiarity with digital tools that promote eco-friendly farming, such as the precision agriculture and also the data analytics. So without the ability to leverage the innovation, farmers may miss opportunities to enhance efficiency and sustainability. And also, we have the issues on supply chain and market access. So smaller businesses often struggle with supply chain and market access due to insufficient resources for technology investments. And it workforce skill gap make it difficult to adopt automation. So the fourth industrial revolution presents several challenges for supply chain and market access. So for instance, as globalization connects markets, supply chains become more complex and vulnerable to disruption like pandemics or geopolitical tension. So for example, managing large volumes of data can be overwhelming without effective uh, operability system. So smaller businesses often struggle with market access due to insufficient resources for technology investment, and also a workforce skill gap makes it difficult to adopt automation. And last issue is the regulatory and policy challenges. So policymakers struggle to keep up with innovations like smart farming, leading to governance gaps that can hinder responsible implementation. So policy makers, for example, so varying regulation across regions complicate compliance for global companies. There are also a critical need for policies promoting equitable access to technology, ensuring marginalized communities can benefit from advancement. So that's the issues and challenges on adopting the fourth industrial revolution. But it does not end here because every challenges we face comes with its own set of solutions. So it's important to remember that for each of the obstacles we've talked about, there are always ways that we can tackle them head on. So by embracing practical strategies, we can turn these challenges into real opportunities for making better, more sustainable choices. So let's take a look. Okay, so to enhance food security and also to promote environment-friendly food choice in the Philippines, we have the support sustainable agriculture, the promote organic farming, which encourage the adoption of organic practices through training and subsidies, and also the agroecological approaches. So promoting organic farming and agroecological practices is crucial for sustainable agriculture. So by offering subsidies, we can support farmers in adopting these methods, which reduce chemical use and improve soil health. So countries like Sweden and Denmark have successfully adopted the strategies enhancing biodiversity and soil health. So we also have the strengthen local food system, the support local farmers and community-supported agriculture. So establishing community-supported agriculture program foster direct relationship between farmers and consumers, ensuring stable demand for fresh, locally grown products. So countries like Italy have successfully implemented the CSA and also the support local farmers, which not only support local agriculture but also promote sustainable practices and reduce carbon footprints associated with long distance food transportation. And we also have the increased access to education and training. So increased access and education training for farmers through workshop and seminars is essential for promoting sustainable practices and climate resilience techniques. So simultaneously, consumer education also plays a crucial role in raising awareness about the benefits of choosing local, seasonal, and organic food. So by informing consumers about the environment, health, and economic advantages, we can foster the demand for sustainable products. So, for example, the Food and Agricultural Organization provides extensive training for farmers globally, focusing on sustainable agricultural practices. And last is to promote research and development. So we need to invest in innovation, and also we need to collaborate with universities and NGOs. So by investing in research on sustainable practices and climate smart technologies, governments and organizations can discover new methods to increase crop resilience and reduce environmental impact. So the collaboration with universities and NGOs are vital for knowledge sharing and also the resource development. So as I conclude my presentation for today, it is important that addressing the challenges of environment-friendly food choices requires a comprehensive strategy that harnesses the transformative potential of fourth industrial revolution technologies. And also supporting organic farming and agroecological practices will further bolster biodiversity and soil health, while initiatives like community-supported agriculture strengthen local food system. Also, investing in infrastructure and training programs is necessary to empower farmers, particularly in rural areas, to effectively use these technologies. Also, by bridging the digital and promoting sustainable practices, we can build systems that meets current nutritional needs and safeguard the environment for future generation. And last is a collaborative effort among farmers, consumers, policymakers, and technology innovators is essential for creating a resilient agricultural landscape that thrives in harmony with ecological health. So, as I end my presentation today, I will leave a quote: embrace eco-friendly food choices to enhance sustainability in the Philippines' fourth industrial revolution. So, as the Philippines embraces the fourth industrial revolution, adopting eco-friendly food choices is essential for sustainability. So, by opting for locally sourced produce and supporting organic farming, we can minimize environment impact, lower transportation emissions, and decrease reliance on harmful chemicals. Prioritizing these choices not only contributes to a healthier planet, but also aligns with the goal of the fourth industrial revolution, fostering a more sustainable and responsible food system for the Philippines. So here's my references if you want to know about my topic. And also, I have my email ready for your question and I will respond immediately. Thank you for listening. God bless.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dana Dionyo, for sharing your knowledge on environment-friendly food choices. So we are now opening the platform for the Q&A session. Again, we encourage everyone to submit your comments and questions via our YouTube live chat. Okay, for the first question from Mr. CJ Macaburas. So we all know that the Philippines has a lot of agricultural land. However, one of the problems faced by our farmers is that they are not prioritized in the programs of the government. So do you think that the farmers here in our country can be highly encouraged to produce products which are environment friendly? Given that we are already in the fourth industrial revolution, where technology has already been integrated into production processes, and also there are lots of issues and challenges presented. So medyo mahaba yung question, Ma'am Dana.
Thank you, Ma'am. Or Rix. Thank you po sa question. So, I think encouraging Filipino farmers to adopt sustainable practices is essential and requires a comprehensive approach. So, one of those is government support. Also, prioritizing farmer programs like that. So also offering financial incentives and also investing in research and training. So additionally, integrating technology can also enhance sustainable farming, but farmers needs to access to the affordable tools and trainings to use them effectively, ensuring fair practices for sustainable produce and creating markets for these products can motivate the farmers to make shift. And also addressing challenges like the poor infrastructure, the knowledge gaps, and also the limited resources is one of the key for the successful implementation of the sustainable practices. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. So for our second question, do you believe that establishments, particularly those who directly provide food and beverage services, will consider in their product line these environment-friendly products mentioned?
So, my presentation did not highlight about the food and beverage production, but however, it does mention about growing trend towards sustainability in the food industry, suggesting that some establishments are actively seeking for the promotion of the eco-friendly options. So, the increase of consumer interest in sustainable food choices could what do you mean by that? Could be the reason to be establish or to prioritize the products about the challenges on supply chains, limitation, or the consumer awareness. So, the increasing focus on sustainable within the food industry suggests that establishments are likely considering environment-friendly products and to some degree, ma'am. So, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. For our last question, taken from our YouTube live chat from Mr. Noel. So what is your opinion? What is your opinion about GMOs in terms of food security, since GMOs can be pest resistant, affordable, and was studied to be safe both environmentally and for consumption?
Okay, the GMO can surely improve the status of our food security in terms of pest and harsh environment resistance and even production yield. So, however, we still need to consider concerns in health effects and supply control of big companies. So that's, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Dana. And we'll now be closing our Q&A session. So again, unanswered questions will be noted by our team and addressed through your provided email. So thank you very much to all our research speakers and to all the participants who share their comments and questions, making our discussion more interactive. Now, to present the Certificate of Appreciation to our resource speakers, I would like to call on our Program Chair for Information Technology, Dr. Menchita Dumlao, to award the certificates and to take a commemorative photo with our speakers.
Good morning to everyone. It is my, can you hear me, Carissa?
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear.
Yes. Good morning to everyone, and it is my honor to present the Certificate of Appreciation to our speaker. Let me first read the citation. Philippine Women's University, Taft Avenue, Manila, Philippines. This Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to Alisa Jane Aviso, in grateful and sincerest gratitude for her selfless and commendable commendable service rendered as the resource speaker on the topic, Food Crisis in the Offing, during the conduct of the webinar entitled Food Safety and Security Issues and Challenges in the Fourth Industrial Revolution, or FIRE, given this 10th day of October 2024 at the Philippine Women's University, Manila, Philippines, signed by the Dean and Program Chair of Food Technology, Dr. Maria Ligaya T. Braganza. Congratulations. And having the same citation, I would like to award another certificate of appreciation to Ms. Rhea Joyce Prudenciado for her topic, the diminishing food supply chain. And then finally, for the same citation again, I would like to award this certificate of appreciation to Dana Gionyo for her topic, environment-friendly food choices.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dumlao.
Congratulations.
So,
Thank you.
can we just have our photo
Yes.
op po? So, for a while lang po. Okay, again, we would like to thank you very much, Dr. Dumlao. Okay, so again, we would like to thank everyone for joining our morning session focused on food security. In our afternoon session, we will be highlighting an equally important topic, which is food safety. So now we will be having our lunch break, and the session will resume at 1 o'clock p.m. And then the QR code for the evaluation form for the morning sessions will be displayed, as well as the link will also be available in our YouTube live chat. So please be informed again that you can only accomplish the AM evaluation forms until 1 o'clock p.m. today. So for you to receive your certificate for the morning session, kindly accomplish your AM evaluation form until 1 o'clock p.m. So we would like to remind everyone again that filling out the registration and evaluation forms are required prior to the issuance of your certificates. So we'll see you later all back here at 1 o'clock p.m. So thank you and enjoy your lunch break. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our webinar. So for now, just sit back and relax while we wait for the other participants to join, and we will be starting at exactly 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. We hope everybody had a delicious lunch. So earlier we had 171 participants for the AM session. And currently we have 60 participants this afternoon. So perhaps the rest are still having their lunch. But as announced earlier, we will be starting our session at exactly 1:30 p.m. So I hope everyone had a productive and insightful morning session focused on food security. Now, as we transition into our afternoon discussion, we will turn our attention to a critical and equally important topic, which is food safety. Let us begin our afternoon session by immediately diving into our first topic. Aspartame is one of the most widely used artificial sweeteners globally, found in a vast array of food and beverage products. Despite its popularity, it has been the subject of ongoing debate regarding its safety and health implications. So, by addressing the good, the bad, and the ugly, we will gain a balanced understanding of aspartame's role in the food industry, enabling them to make informed decisions based on the latest scientific research and regulatory perspectives. Our speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering from the Adamson University and is currently taking up his master's in Food Safety Management. He is a Deputy Quality Manager, Management System Lead Auditor, and Trainer at the PUV Nord Philippines Inc. with more than 5 years experience in the food industry. Let us warmly welcome Mr. Neil Patrick Ordiales.
Thank you, Ma'am Isa. Hello all. Good afternoon. I hope everyone has taken their lunch already. And what's a great way to end our lunchtime? Of course, with the sip of a soda. But have you ever wondered why sodas labeled as sugar-free or zero sugar are still as sweet as those of regular soft drinks? Well, that's the magic of artificial sweeteners. And of all the readily available artificial sweeteners we have today, we will be focusing to aspartame. Everyone, I want you to meet in its normal physical form, aspartame. Aspartame, everyone. As you can see, aspartame is a white powder. Well, for its smell, we may not be able to smell it through our webinar. Nonetheless, it is odorless. It comes on different packaging, in sachet, and in bulk packaging. For its history, did you know that aspartame was discovered accidentally? It's when Dr. James Schlatter, an anti-ulcer scientist, was licking his finger to aid him in turning the pages of his research. But we do not suggest that to be practiced on your researches. After that, by 1973, after Shirl and Co., the employer of Dr. Schlatter, has successfully reproduced aspartame, they filed a petition for aspartame as food additive. In 1974, it was approved by FDA for restricted use in dry foods. In 1981, final approval for sugar substitute was granted. And in 1982, petition for its usage in carbonated beverage was filed. By 1983, the first carbonated beverage containing aspartame was introduced in the market.
Recording
Can you guess
in
which
progress.
carbonated beverage was it? It was the Diet Coke by the Coca-Cola Company. After that, the use of term diet in the products is synonymous with using aspartame as their artificial sweetener. By 2023, well, that's what we will be discussing later on. Also, aspartame is composed of 2 amino acids. It gives you only 4 calories per gram. Another bragging profile of aspartame is that it tastes up to 200 times sweeter than regular table sugar. For its production, aspartame is formed by reacting phenylalanine methyl ester together with aspartic acid with the aid of either chemical or enzymatic synthesis. For its body absorption, aspartame absorption happens when it's metabolized in our gastrointestinal tract. It is being hydrolyzed in our GI tract. From that, a sample computation of its breakdown is presented. For 180 milligram of aspartame consumed, 22 milligram of water in your GI tract will be needed for its hydrolysis. By then, it will break down into 3 parts. 40% of it will be converted to aspartic acid or 81 milligrams, and 50% will be converted to phenylalanine or 101 milligrams, and 10% of it will be converted to methanol or roughly 20% of the product. With all of that, what products here in the Philippines do you think contains aspartame? Of course, Coca-Cola Zero and other Coca-Cola products such as Sprite Zero Sugar. So is aspartame usage limited to Coke products alone? No. Even their competitors are using it, such as Pepsi Zero and Mountain Dew. So is that restricted to drinks only? We also have some dry goods with aspartame here in the Philippines. For example, it is being used in a powdered juice. It is from Tang. Also, a sweetener, of course. And even on candies. Now, let's dig into the positive and beneficial side of using aspartame. The first one is, of course, the amount of materials to be used, especially if you are attaining such sweetness levels, since aspartame embodies 200 times sweeter than the regular sugar. We'll be taking into account the amount of sugar in a regular 12-ounce Coca-Cola in can. By the way, this is not a sponsored advertisement. From their site, the regular 12-ounce Coca-Cola in can has 39 grams of sugar. If we'll be using 100% aspartame to get that same sweetness level, we'll only be needing 195 milligrams of aspartame. Imagine the difference of amount of the materials that you would be using. Next is the benefit of using low-calorie or sugar-free claims in your labels. Let's start off first with the low-calorie label. Using the same regular 12-ounce Coca-Cola in can with 39 grams of sugar, for aspartame, you'll be getting only 0.78 calories instead of the 156 calories if you are using regular sugar. A large difference as well on the calorie count. But with this difference, is this enough for us to claim low-calorie label? Let's check the FDA regulatory for this one. FDA Philippines is basing it on the Codex Guidelines for Use of Nutrition Health Claims, 1997. To be declared as low-calorie, your calorie count per 100 ml of your product should be 20 kilocalories or 200 calories per milliliter of your product. It will be using aspartame. Using our basis earlier, you only have 0.002 calorie per milliliter. Very far from the threshold of the guidelines. Definitely compliant with the requirement to claim a low-calorie product. Now, let's check the side of sugar-free labeling. Per FDA Philippines AO number 2014-0030, or the revised rules and regulations of labeling of prepackaged food products distributed in the Philippines, sugars are considered as all types of sucrose. And what are sucrose? Sucrose are disaccharide consisting of glucose or fructose. But remember, aspartame only had phenylalanine methyl ester and aspartic acid, and does not contain any glucose or fructose. Thus, aspartame is not considered as sugar in the Philippines, but a sugar substitute only. Checking on the same guidelines, even the content is below the threshold for sugar-free claim, 0.005 grams per milliliter of products versus 0.00055 grams per milliliters of products in case of aspartame. But then again, this slide is just for comparison purposes. How about in case of food safety? Let's see the benefits of using aspartame in your system in terms of food safety. First, on the biological hazards. There's only minimal to no introduction of biological hazards. This is due to the fact that aspartame are artificial sweeteners and are manufactured in a controlled environment. Thus, introduction of biological hazards is not that evident compared to sugars that biological hazards from farms and farmers are easily introduced. Now, on the side of chemical hazards, World Health Organization or WHO established a limit of daily consumption of aspartame. They set it at 40 milligram of aspartame per kilogram body weight of consumer per day. They set this as our ADI, or the acceptable daily intake. To visualize it, a normal 70 kilogram person needs to consume 14 cans, 1/4 cans of soft drinks a day to meet that threshold. Imagine the number of sodas you have to drink before reaching the limit of WHO. So you just have to set your formulation and ensure you'll meet the limit of WHO. What about its allergen content? You need not to worry on this one, as aspartame does not contain any allergen identified internationally, compared to sugar that you still need to monitor its sulfite contents, which will be discussed later on as well by Ma'am Rachel. Pest control-wise, aspartame attracts less pests than sugar because aspartame contains no carbohydrates, which attracts the pest. So with all these benefits, is aspartame too good to be true? Is aspartame hiding something from us? Let's now talk about the not so good side of aspartame. Even though aspartame brags that it is 200 times sweeter than regular sugar, for industry to replicate the sugar profile flavor and retain its flavor similar to their sugar-containing product and other properties such as heat stability, they cannot use aspartame alone. They still need the assistance of other artificial sweeteners. One of the most common additional artificial sweeteners being used together with aspartame is the acesulfame potassium, or commonly known as ACE. Some of our examples contains this, such as the Sprite and Pepsi Diet. The other bad side of aspartame is that one of its products, when metabolized in our body, is the production of phenylalanine, as 50% of the aspartame is converted to phenylalanine in our sample earlier. This is particularly for a target population, those with phenylketonuria or PKU. This is a genetic condition which causes people with PKU that cannot process the phenylalanine in their body as fast as those without PKU, thus causing a build-up of phenylalanine level in their body. With this phenylalanine build-up, this causes symptoms and challenges with cognitive development of someone with PKU. With this, product with aspartame indicates the presence of phenylalanine in their level, such as from the Mountain Dew and Coke Zero. But remember, the phenylalanine is from the aspartame and is not introduced in the product separately. With all of this, we have talked about the good and some bad side of aspartame. What about the ugly side of it? What are the confusions that are still being brought by consumption of aspartame? Let's talk about that as the ugly section of this webinar. That is, in July 2023, the World Health Organization declares that aspartame is considered as possibly cancerous, especially for liver cancer. But what is the basis of this declaration? It goes back to the results and conclusion of the research of Sofriti last 2006 on study of aspartame as carcinoma in female rat. But this study is highly rejected and questioned due to the following reasons.
Sorry, Sir Neil, we're just experiencing some technical issues with regards to your presentation. So, can we have a few minutes to fix this?
Okay, no worries on that, so that everyone will be on the same page on our discussion.
Thank you, sir. Okay, while our speaker is currently transferring the presentation to his laptop. So currently we have how many participants now? We have 91 participants. So please continue on inviting your friends and colleagues to join our webinar for new knowledge. Thank you for waiting. We'll now be resuming our session.
Thank you, Ma'am Isa. So going back on our presentation as one of the issues as well of the ugly side of the aspartame is that in 2023, the World Health Organization declares that aspartame is considered as one of the possibly cancerous, especially for liver cancer. So what is the basis of this declaration? Actually, this goes back to the research of M. Sofriti, as mentioned earlier, for the study of aspartame as carcinoma in female rats. But this study is highly rejected and questioned due to the following reasons. First is that the experimental rats were left until its natural death before examining the effects of aspartame on them, which is a big no-no in conducting research like this. It gives the research a biased results since other factors such as aging, decaying, and others may have affected the research already. The experimental batch should have been euthanized after the agreed time and dosage of aspartame to give off more accurate results. Next is that the tumors being claimed from the research as an effect of consuming aspartame are actually inflammation or signs of bacterial infection and not of that cancer. Also, the amount of aspartame that were given to the rats. They were induced with the amounts of aspartame equivalent amounting to 26 soft drinks cans a day. Remember the WHO limit for human of 40 milligram per kilogram body weight per day or 14 cans a day? Imagine giving 26 soft drinks cans a day in a rat. Note that is not a soft drinks rat can size, but the regular human size of soft drinks. The overdosing of aspartame also hassle this research. Lastly is the lack of the longitudinal study of the research, or its human study is still lacking to have a sound and a firm classification of aspartame as carcinogen. With that, in 2006 as well, the American Association of Cancer Research have conducted their independent longitudinal study which claims that the possibility of blood and nervous system cancer, as being claimed by the research of Sofriti, does not have any correlation at all. If that's so, why is there a sudden announcement this 2023? This is due to the research last 2022 that breast cancer and cancer related to body weight is correlated with aspartame consumption. But then again, the research is covering the artificial sweeteners in general and not aspartame specifically. So what does WHO is implying with their declaration? Is that there is limited evidence that aspartame is carcinogenic for human and classified it as group 2B, and that we should still practice the acceptable daily intake of 40 milligram per kilogram body weight per day. With that, the next questions are, what is a group 2B classification for IARC hazard classification? And what is IARC hazard classification? IARC hazard classification is the classification of substances evaluated by the Institutional Agency for Research on Cancer. And what does group 2B means? So group 2B means that there is a limited evidence on human effects and less than sufficient evidence in experimental animals. And that the possibly cancerous claims is just the definitive description of IARC group 2B, as you can see here. So how high is the certainty? Let's take the next classification as our sample. Let's take group 2A, the probably carcinogenic to humans, such as consumption of red meat and night shift work. Should you take red meat occasionally or be assigned in a night shift on your work? Means you have cancer already? I don't think so. What lacks in the announcement of the aspartame as possibly cancerous is the classification of group 2B and its clarification. Most news headlines and interviews had focused on the carcinogenic effect already of the aspartame and did not look beyond and deeper on the classification. I hope we have cleared that one here, that research on aspartame as carcinogenic is only as possibly cancerous due to the limited evidence of human effects and that the available researches is less than sufficient evidence in experimental animals. Another challenge is the claim that aspartame can make you go blind. This is due to the fact that aspartame can produce methanol during its conversion in your body. Remember from our sample earlier that the aspartame is converted to methanol roughly around 10%. This happens when the methanol is metabolized in your liver to form formaldehyde. And this formaldehyde is the one causing blindness to the consumers. But actually, the amount of methanol being metabolized as formaldehyde is too little to feel its impact or to be suspected as to human blindness. Let's take a look at the comparison of methanol percentages with other beverages. As you can see, red wine has more methanol content than the aspartame in diet sodas. But have you seen any red wine drinkers being blind? Or even the grape juice drinkers whose drinks have more methanol? No. But remember to always consume per recommendation of the WHO. Without all these further studies on the effect of aspartame in our body, which is brought by and became possible with the advanced technologies as another effect of the fourth industrial revolution, we would still be thinking that aspartame is dangerous in any amount of consumption. Also, that it is still carcinogenic and can make us go blind. This is one of the good impact of fire in the food safety sector. But what other issues and challenges is being faced by the aspartame sector in the fire period? Let's discuss some of those. Did you know that during the earlier period of fire, there is the introduction on the development of e-tanks or the electronic tanks? As mentioned earlier during the morning session by Ma'am Rhea, this is to address the subjectiveness of our sensory evaluation. Up until 2014, there is a challenge in determining e-tanks fit for accurate evaluation for sweetness sensor, since all electronic charges are possible for sweetness detection. But this problem was addressed by the research conducted by Emya Saura and Tahara for aspartame detection, not only for sweetness alone, but for high sensitivity and high selectivity of aspartame specifically. Here in the Philippines, the Department of Science and Technology, Industrial Technology Development Institute has purchased also an e-tang equipment. It was utilized to evaluate caffeine in 3-in-1, coffee mixers, and evaluation of rice wine products from Region R. However, operating such also provides challenges, not only to the public, but also with DOST ITDI. Some of the encountered challenges were limited scope of sample types, as the design is limited to aqueous solutions only. Also, the equipment is very specific in terms of design, purpose, and software, such that the researchers have to be thoroughly plan their objectives and activities to obtain useful information. Even the training for the utilization and maintenance of equipment is very specific and cumbersome as well. Not to mention, very costly. Well, as of now, the purchased 1 unit of e-tang is still for repair and upgrading. Another one is the development of the aspartame production. Remember that the production of aspartame involves the reaction of phenylalanine methyl ester and aspartic acid. In the traditional production, either chemical or enzymatic synthesis is necessary to ensure that the direction of the reaction will be producing the sweet aspartame we know. Synthesis is used for the protection and deprotection of either phenylalanine or aspartic acid. Without this synthesis method, the aspartame that will be produced will be of bitter profile. For chemical synthesis, aid is used either in phenylalanine or in aspartic acid, which gives 65% yield for 40 hours and concern as well on the production cost. For enzymatic synthesis, thermolysin is used, although cheaper than a chemical synthesis, definitely a lower yield, only 9% yield for 48 hours. But with the new route as developed by Yokozeki and Isao Abe with the latest review last 2021, with the combination of cheaper chemicals and use of enzyme acyltransferase or the AET, or by combination, both the chemical and enzymatic synthesis, the protecting and deprotecting step is now removed, but still producing the sweet aspartame we know. It reached the same 65% yield and shorter period of 3 hours. This is due to the removal of protecting and deprotecting steps. Still, to address the improvement in its reaction rate, mutagenesis of enzyme AET is still suggested for further improvement. Actually, this technology is already being practiced by some of the aspartame manufacturers and is awarded and recognized already due to its innovation. Can you guess which one is it? It's Ajinomoto. Not here in the Philippines, but in Japan. As you can see, another benefit of fire is addressing such challenges that we have faced ever since. Before the fire era, scientists only focused on determining which chemicals and different strands of enzymes they can utilize to increase the yield of aspartame. However, only during the fire era that scientists have focused and developed on improving the route on manufacturing the aspartame. With all of this ends our session. And I hope you have gained some lights on the benefits and the not so good benefits of aspartame consumption and have cleared some issues of aspartame, as well as the implications of advanced technologies in detection and production of aspartame. Are you intrigued by our discussion or do you wish to further enhance your understanding of our topics? Please see the references below. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Should you have any further questions or clarifications, you may send it through my email. Again, everyone, thank you very much and good afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Neil Patrick Ordiales, for keeping us informed on the good, the bad, and the ugly sides of aspartame. So we apologize for the technical issues earlier. So as the saying goes, ganyan talaga pag live. So now let's start our question and answer session. Again, we encourage everyone to actively participate by submitting your comments and questions in our YouTube live chat. So for the question, Sir Neil, the first question is from Mr. John Ong. So aside from aspartame, what other artificial sweeteners are available here in the Philippines?
Other than aspartame and also the acesulfame potassium that we have mentioned earlier, we have also as well neotame, saccharin, and of course the more famous ones, stevia. We also utilize those artificial sweeteners here in the Philippines, Sir Ong, Sir John.
Okay. For the second question from Mr. Pau Asuncion, can you identify the enzyme strand used by Ajinomoto?
Okay. So for that one, although we have already disclosed the technology itself, but the specific trends or enzyme used by Ajinomoto is very much confidential on their end. It's not available publicly because that is actually on their improvement side and considered as their personal information.
Okay, so as of now, it's still a secret, right, sir? Okay, for the last question from Miss Dayan Laureano, can we just circle back on the effect if there will be no chemical or enzymatic synthesis in the aspartame production?
If there will be no, this one is on the traditional production of aspartame. If there will be no chemical or enzymatic synthesis, we will be producing the aspartame but with different profile. Instead of the sweetness that we are looking forward on the aspartame for its production, we will be providing or we will be producing aspartame with a bitter profile and not the aspartame that we are looking for or use of as a sweet or as artificial sweetener. If without those the protecting and or chemical and or enzymatic synthesis, will be giving a bitter of profile of the aspartame.
Okay, thank you, Sir Neil. So upon checking our YouTube live chat, so there are no more questions. But if ever you want to ask questions on later on, so we will be taking note of your questions. Just kindly put them up in our YouTube live chat, and we'll address it using through your provided email address. Okay, again, thank you everyone who raised their comments and questions, and to our speaker, Mr. Neil Patrick Ordiales. Going straight to our next topic, as the title conveys, we will get to know the common food allergens. So allergies are the sixth leading cause of chronic illness in the United States, and more than 50 million Americans experience allergies each year. Food allergy is increasingly recognized as a growing public health burden and has been referred to as the second wave of the allergy epidemic following asthma. So in recent decades, food allergy has become an increasing concern for families, clinicians, and policymakers around the world. While its burden is heterogeneous, food allergy affects people of all ages, races, ethnicities, and socioeconomic strata, and therefore has become a public health issue of global importance. Our speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Education, major in Food Technology from the Occidental Mindoro State College and is currently taking up her master's in Food Science. She is an instructor and registrar designate at her alma mater. With 6 years teaching experience, she is currently handling major and minor courses such as organic chemistry, slaughter of animals and animal product processing, and principles of soil and crop science. Please give a warm welcome to Ms. Grachelle Barrientos.
Ayan, thank you so much, Miss Carissa, for that introduction. And hello everyone, welcome to our virtual webinar. So for this afternoon session, I will be discussing about common food allergens. So just sit back and relax, and all together let us learn and enjoy getting to know common food allergens. So but before that, let me share to you the outline of my topic. First is the introduction, specifically of course on food allergy and its symptoms, common allergens, the causes of food allergies, the Administrative Order Number 2014-0030 and its specific regulations, rules and regulations with regards to food allergen management, the trivia on food intolerances, its common food sensitivities and effects, the methods of food allergen detection, as well as method of food allergen detection, its conventional and non-destructive method of food allergen detection, as well as the issues and concern, the challenges, and the future trends with regards to non-destructive method of allergen detection. To start with, food allergies are an increasing food safety issue globally and have emerged as a major public and personal health burden. Additionally, food allergy is a worldwide health problem that concerns all ages from infants to adults. Now, in recent reports suggest that food allergy is reported to affect 3 to 11% of adults depending on the region and 8% of children worldwide. And currently, adherence to a strict allergen-free diet is the only reliable mode of treatment for allergic consumers. Because unfortunately po, there is no known cure for food allergies. So avoidance of food allergenic foods is the only foolproof way to prevent allergic reactions. So what is food allergy per se? Food allergy is a type 1 hypersensitivity immune responses that reacts to a food which is usually harmless and can cause anaphylaxis. So what is anaphylaxis? Anaphylaxis is a rapidly evolving, generalized, multi-system allergic reaction that happens soon after consuming an allergen. The reaction can be life-threatening and requires an immediate trip to the hospital. Another is food allergy triggers our immunoglobulin E or our IgE. Now, if you have allergy, your immune system overreacts to an allergen by producing antibodies called immunoglobulin E or IgE. So these antibodies travel to cells that release chemicals causing an allergic reaction. So this reaction usually causes in the symptoms such as in the nose, lungs, throat, or on the skin. Now, our blood usually has a small amount of IgE antibodies. However, higher amounts can be a sign that the body overreacts to allergens, which can lead to an allergic reaction. So what are the allergic reactions you may feel or you may encounter when you have food allergy? So allergic reactions can include few hives, flushed skin or rash, tingling or itchy sensation in the mouth, nose, and eyes, abdominal cramps, face, tongue, or lip swelling, hives spreading across the body, swelling of the throat and vocal cords, vomiting and or diarrhea, dizziness and or lightheadedness, difficulty breathing, and loss of consciousness. So the primary way to manage a food allergy is to avoid consuming the food that causes your problems. Carefully check ingredient labels of food products and learn whether what you need to avoid is known by other names. Now to have you or to give you a bigger picture of allergens, so there are other allergens that you may encounter in your environment, no? Aside from food, no? such as crustaceans, eggs, fish, milk, peanuts, tree nuts, sesame, and soy products. So like Sir Neil said a while ago, so you do not need to worry about aspartame. So kung naalala nyo pa what is aspartame, this is a low-calorie artificial sweetener. So since it do not contain allergen. Another is plants. So pollen from grasses and plants. Another allergen is medicine. So including prescription medications such as penicillin, over-the-counter medicine such as aspirin, and herbal preparations. Another is insects such as dust mites and the venom from bees, ticks, ants, and wasps. Next is molds, so such as mushroom and mold spores. Another allergen is animal dander, such as the fur and skin flakes from domestic pets such as cats and dogs. And lastly, chemical, so including industrial and household chemicals and chemical products such as latex rubber. But of course, this afternoon, we will be focusing on food allergen. Okay, so according to the Institute of Agriculture and Natural Resources, Food Allergy Research and Resource Program have made every effort to provide complete and accurate information on international food allergen. So what are the causes of food allergy internationally, specifically in the US, in the EU, and here in the Philippines? So in the US, they identified 10 causes of allergies, such as crustacean shellfish, egg, fish, milk, peanut, soy, tree nuts, sesame, wheat, and sulfites. So how about in the EU? No? They identified 15 causes of allergy. So what are those 15? So we have the crustacean shellfish, the egg, fish, milk, peanut, soy, tree nuts, sesame, wheat, cereals with gluten, sulfites, celery, lupin, molluscan shellfish, and mustard. So how about in the Philippines? So in the Philippines po, they only identified 8 causes of allergy. So what are those 8 food allergies? So we have the crustacean shellfish, the egg, fish, milk, peanut, soy, cereals with gluten, and sulfites. Now, to protect those with food allergies and other food hypersensitivities, the Food and Drug Administration enforces regulations requiring companies to list ingredients on packaged foods and beverages for certain foods or substances that cause allergies or other hypersensitivity reaction. There are more specific labeling requirements because undeclared allergens are a leading cause of product recalls in the industry. Now, to address the risk associated with food allergens, both international and local regulations have been implemented. So as you can see in my screen, so the Philippine Food and Drug Administration, or FDA, issued Administrative Order Number 2014-0030, or otherwise known as the Revised Rules and Regulations Governing the Labeling of Prepackaged Food Products. Now, for your information, prepackaged food products refers to those packaged or made up in advance in a container ready for sale to the consumer or for catering purposes. It covers the labeling of all prepackaged food products, including food supplements, whether locally manufactured or imported into the Philippines. Now, in 2020, the Codex Alimentarius Commission adopted a code of practice on food allergen management for food business operators, which provide guidance on the management of allergens in the food chain and the mitigation of food allergens through a harmonized approach. Compliance with these regulations is crucial for food manufacturers to avoid significant repercussions and safeguard consumers' well-being. So as you can see in the screen is the specific rules and regulations with regard to the food allergen information under the AO number 2014-0030. It states that Food allergen information on the label of products containing the following ingredients but not limited to those listed below should be indicated clearly, conspicuously, and edibly, located directly below the list of ingredients. So the following ingredients known to cause hypersensitivity should always be declared. So first is cereal containing gluten. Another is crustaceans and products of this, eggs and eggs products, fish and fish products, peanuts, soybean and product of this, milk and milk products, tree nut and nut products, sulfite, and such other ingredients as may included by FDA through appropriate insurance. So that is why po, food manufacturers, retailers, and importers are responsible for ensuring their imports are properly labeled and providing clear, up-to-date, and accurate information about the allergen status of their product. All right, so for today's webinar, our trivia of the day is, did you know that aside from food allergy, there is so-called food intolerance? Yes, you got it right. Aside from food allergy, we have food intolerance. So let us discuss shortly what is food intolerance all about. So, food intolerance is a chemical reaction that some people have after eating or drinking some foods. Remember, it is not an immune response. Food intolerance has been associated with asthma, chronic fatigue syndrome, and irritable bowel syndrome. Another is many intolerances are due to an enzyme defect. We all know that enzymes are special types of proteins required to break down food molecules into fuel during metabolism, the process by which the body gets energy for normal growth and development. However, enzyme deficiencies or the absence of these enzymes are inherited defects that result in several life-changing or life-threatening. Another is food intolerance or food sensitivity is not the same thing as having food allergy. So that is why, for us to be able to vividly understand and differentiate the difference between these two, I prepare a table wherein it indicates their differences. So for food allergy, an immune response from immune system that triggers our immunoglobulin E or our IgE. While food intolerance naman po, this is an enzyme deficiency in the digestive system and not trigger any immune response. So remember that, guys. Another is on the onset. For food allergy, symptoms appear soon after eating the food, usually within 2 hours. While in food intolerance, symptoms can be delayed by up to 48 hours and last 4 hours or even days, making the offending food especially difficult to pinpoint. For the amount for food allergy, the person cannot tolerate even small amounts of the allergen or food they are allergic to. Exposure to even a tiny amount of the food will produce a severe reaction. So while in food intolerance naman po, the person can eat a very small quantity of the food with no adverse effect. Next is for the exposure. For food allergy, a reaction may occur if the person eats a food that someone prepares for them in an environment that contains the allergen. While food intolerance, a reaction will occur if the person eats the specific food. And for the effect for food allergy, severe and potentially life-threatening reactions that may include anaphylaxis or anaphylactic shock. While in food intolerance, so reaction can be severe and extremely unpleasant but are rarely life-threatening. For common triggered foods for food allergy, so we have eggs, fish, ground nuts or peanuts, shellfish, and wheat. For food intolerance naman po, grains that contain gluten, milk or lactose, and processed meat. So, moreover, there are common food intolerance that include, first is lactose. So people who are lactose intolerant don't make enough lactase enzyme to break down lactose. So lactose is a sugar found in milk and dairy products. So this food intolerance is the most common one. So these are the effect if you have lactose intolerance. Pwede ka magkaroon ng diarrhea, nausea, and sometimes vomiting, stomach cramps, and bloating and gas. So another fun fact about intolerance is that in every intolerance, there is a unique effects in the human body. Okay? Another is the histamine. So histamines are naturally occurring chemicals in foods like cheese, pineapples, bananas, avocados, and chocolate. Red wine and some white wines also have histamine. Now, people who are histamine intolerant don't make enough diamine oxidase enzyme to break down these chemicals. So the effects such as the diarrhea, headaches, bloating, abdominal pain, nausea, flushing, a congested runny or itchy nose, red, itchy or watery eyes, dizziness, and heart palpitation. So next in line is the fructose. So fructose is a monosaccharide present in food such as fruit. This form of fructose intolerance is very rare. So in primary fructose intolerance, the sugar cannot be properly broken down due to an enzyme deficiency called aldolase B. So what are the effects if you have fructose intolerance? Vomiting, bloating, a decrease of phosphate and glucose in the blood, an increase in fructose in the urine and blood, nausea, and abdominal pain. And last but not not the least is the salicylate. So salicylate are a group of chemicals derived from salicylic acid. Salicylates are compounds that occur in many fruits, plant foods, including vegetables, herbs, and spices. So they are also common in artificial flavorings and preservatives, including those in the toothpaste, chewing gum, and candies. So this is often due to a deficiency in the enzyme called phenyl sulfur transferase. Okay, so much for the effects sa stuffy nose, sinus infection and inflammation, nasal and sinus polyps, asthma, diarrhea, gas, abdominal pain, gut inflammation, hives, tissue, and tissue swelling. So much for food intolerance. I hope kahit papano ay nagkaroon kayo ng knowledge about food intolerance and you can share it naman to everyone. So on to the next slide is the method of detecting food allergen. So there are two methods po in detecting food allergen. We have the conventional and the non-destructive method of detecting food allergen. First is for conventional method. So currently, most of the standard techniques for the detection of food allergens are analytical procedures that demand high costs, require skilled technicians, include long sample preparation times, and involve the production by byproducts that constitute an environmental waste disposal problem, such as enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay or ELISA, the polymerase chain reaction or the PCR, the mass spectrometry or the MS, and biosensors. Now, let us discuss this one by one. First is the enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay or ELISA. So ELISA is a unique analytical method for the detection of food allergens. So through the recognition and binding of species-specific antigens by specific antibodies, it also still serves as a gold standard for allergen detection due to its commercial convenience. So once the antibodies po have been added to the reaction and allowed to bind, the substrate for the enzyme linked to the last antibody is added. This results in a change which can be measured. And these measurements can be used to quantify the amount of target protein present in the food. So next in line is the polymerase chain reaction or the PCR. So laboratory technique for rapidly producing or amplifying millions to billions of copies of specific segment of DNA, which can then be studied in greater detail. So PCR, or the polymerase reaction, is a pivotal analytical technique that has revolutionized food safety and quality control. PCR-based techniques are employed to detect a wide range of targets, including foodborne pathogens, allergens, genetically modified organisms or GMOs, and instances of food adulteration, offering significant advantages over traditional labor-intensive methods. So, a while ago, diba, sinabi ko that PCR, kaya niya pong mag-target ng allergen. So, PCR detects food allergens by identifying specific DNA sequences, offering high specificity and stability. Another conventional method is the MS, or mass spectrometry. MS, or mass spectrometry, is another method that has been increasingly exploited to determine allergens in food. The MS method, like other chemical assays, is reliable, specific, and accurate. MS is a technique which measures the different masses of molecules within a sample, including proteins. MS, or mass spectrometry, detects the presence of peptides, which are fragments derived from the proteins. Next on the list, or last on the list for conventional method, is biosensor. So what is biosensor? Biosensors are a group of measurement techniques that can provide a relatively accurate, fast, qualitative, and quantitative detection of allergens in an easy and portable way. So biosensors are analytical instruments containing a biological sensing element or a biomimetic material such as antibodies, nucleic acids, aptamers, enzymes, proteins, microorganisms, cells, or tissues for the quantitative or qualitative detection of target analytes. So with all those convenient ways of using conventional method, there is still disadvantage of using conventional method of detecting food allergens. So what are those? So for ELISA, this method, apart from being costly, time-consuming, and difficult to perform, it requires a high level of wet chemistry skills. While in PCR, it is not suited for rapid on-site detection because it is too time-consuming, laborious, and costly. Next disadvantage is for mass spectrometry. The method relies on monitoring prelytic peptides selected as markers of food allergens that are mostly protein. And for biosensors are currently rarely used in the food industry and need more research to improve their sensitivity, specificity, stability, and fabrication cost. But this time, emerging methodologies that marry sensor technologies with machine learning algorithms offer promising avenues for enhanced detection and quantification capabilities. So these innovative approaches could revolutionize allergen management in food processing and manufacturing. So that is why po we have non-destructive food testing comes with the added advantage of being robust, rapid, and easy to use. So they combine this with high accuracy, reliability, and accessibility, so such as Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy or FTIR, the hyperspectral imaging, and the computer vision. So their uniqueness lies in their ability to non-destructively evaluate test samples without leading to waste, and the material can be further used as food if not contaminated. So these are emerging AI or artificial intelligence-based methods. So let's start po with the FTIR or the Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. So it is a rapid, partially non-destructive technique based on the infrared light interaction with the molecular vibration of bands in the organic, inorganic and polymeric materials to acquire the chemical and structural information of the sample being tested. So this analytical technique can be used to determine the major and minor components in a food, their geographic origin, and much more. The most significant advantage is the ability to determine simultaneously several components in a food sample within one single scanning that takes about a minute. Another is the hyperspectral imaging. So hyperspectral imaging, or HSI, has been applied as a sensing technique to non-destructively evaluate the quality of several foods, including grains and flours. So this technique po allows for simultaneously pixel by pixel analysis of samples in real time. Like spectroscope, hyperspectral imaging doesn't require contact with the sample and doesn't destroy or contaminate the food. So the companies po using hyperspectral imaging, so we have the Arla Foods Ltd, Kellogg's, Coca-Cola, Heinz, and Nestle. So sila po yung mga companies na gumagamit na ng hyperspectral imaging. Okay, last is the computer vision. CV, or computer vision, is a form of artificial vision tools and methods that allow for the acquisition, processing, and analyzing of real-world images in a way that they can be processed by computer systems. So this AI technology interprets visual data, and when combined with machine learning, ensures your processes meet top-notch standards. So beyond human capabilities, it meticulously assesses both external and internal aspects, enhancing precision, maintaining consistency, and delivering top-quality, safe food products. So the technologies can be used in multiple ways in the food industry to assist with more accurate allergen detection. First and foremost is the allergen screening. So food manufacturers can use to screen raw materials, cooked or prepared food items, and food contact surfaces for the presence of allergenic proteins. It also helps to ensure compliance with labeling regulations and prevent cross-contamination. Another is the quality control. It allows businesses in the food industry to quickly analyze food samples on site. This also allows manufacturers to monitor allergen levels throughout the production process and maintain product quality and safety. Another is the allergen management. So it helps food service establishments such as restaurants and catering companies to detect allergens and menu items and implement appropriate safety measures to protect consumers with food allergies. And last on the list is the product development. So it facilitates the development of allergen-free or hypoallergenic food products by providing accurate and sensitive sensation detection of allergenic proteins during the formulation and testing stages. So this AI, or artificial intelligence, enabled sensors and imaging technologies that offer non-destructive methods for allergen detection, allow for real-time monitoring without altering the integrity of food products. So this capability po can be particularly useful in quality control during production and packaging stages. So, but on the other side, there is also issues and concern in using non-destructive food allergen detection. So the transfer of the current technologies from laboratory research to commercial food systems still embedded or impeded by some issues and concerns such as cost of the technology, perception of complexity, limited industry awareness, and of course, resistance to change. And the challenges and barriers in developing food allergen detection methods are priority areas that need further motivation to improve the detection process. Improving detection method would be a major advance food allergic patients who must eat diets without allergens. The current food allergen detection methods are subject to several limitations which somewhat hinder their applicability in real scenarios. First is the technological changes. So techniques like spectroscopy, infrared or hyperspectral imaging, commonly used for non-destructive detection, requires a highly sophisticated instruments that may not always provide the desired sensitivity or resolution. Another challenge is cost and accessibility. So advanced technologies required for non-destructive detection can be expensive, making them inaccessible to small food producers. Another is the interference and contaminants, because non-destructive techniques may be affected by external environmental factors such as humidity, temperature, or light, which can skew results. And last for the challenges is of course, the scalability, because current methods are often tested on small samples and may not yet be scalable for large scale for food processing industries where speed and volume are critical. All right, so for the development of food allergen detection method is very important for the scientific community, especially as food allergy prevalence increases on a daily basis. There is still no effective treatment for allergies or allergens. Thus, detection method must be sensitive, specific, robust, and reproducible. Besides, there is a need to develop cost-effective and simpler methods that can be enable the multiplexing of food allergens. Okay, so thank you everyone. So that's the end of my presentation, or that concludes my presentation. Thank you everyone and see you next time. So if you have questions regarding my topic, flash on the screen is my email account. So if you need to know more about my topic, so these are my references. So again, thank you and goodbye.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gachelle Barrientos, for sharing your knowledge on the common food allergens and the innovative ways to detect them. So we are now opening the platform for the question and answer session. And again, we encourage everyone to actively participate by submitting your comments and questions via the YouTube live chat. Okay, so for the first question from Mr. Jonel Hermoso, so what steps should I take if I experience an allergic reaction to food?
Okay. So, again, ma'am. Sorry po.
Okay, ma'am. Again, to repeat the question ko from Mr. Jonel Hermoso, what steps should I take if I experience an allergic reaction to food?
Okay. So, if ever po, no, na meron kayo or may mga na-encounter kayong allergic reaction sa inyong katawan, first po is to recognize the symptoms, if it is mild or severe. No, if it is mild, pwede naman po tayong mag-take ng mga antihistamines, since yung mga antihistamines naman po may mga over-the-counter. No, pwede din po tayong magpahinga, or baka pwede din po tayong mag-hydrate. Baka napagod lang tayo or baka dehydrated lang tayo. No, another po is kung severe na po talaga yung iyong reaction sa iyong katawan, no, nahihirapan ka ng huminga or baka nawalan ka na ng malay. So, immediate po na pumunta sa emergency services or pumunta sa emergency room and call professional help po. Pumunta na sa doktor, no? Kasi hindi po natin may iwasan na magkaroon tayo or lumabas yung mga allergic reaction natin in the latter part na. And then, kapag nakapunta na sa hospital, no, na-check na ng doktor, so kailangan po na magpa-test kayo. Baka mataas po yung IgE nyo or yung immunoglobulin inyo na nagpo-cause ng allergic reaction.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. For our next question, from Miss Marie Joy Santos. So how can restaurants ensure they accommodate food allergies safely?
Okay. So first po is kailangan po magkaroon sila ng staff training, no, ng education, staff training, para kahit papaano po ay para kahit papaano po ay yung mga staff nila sa mga food establishment ay merong alam about food allergens, no? Another thing po is magkaroon ng clear communication. dapat magkaroon din po sila ng menu policy or allergen policy na sa mga menu po nila, 'di ba dapat may nakalagay na itong pagkain po na to ay nagko-contain ng allergen or may halong ganito, ganyan, no, for the safety ng kanilang consumer and for the safety na rin po ng food establishment nila. So that's all, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, we have 2 more questions for your topic. So, for the third question from Ms. Trisha Pagligawan, how is non-destructive allergen detection evolving?
Okay. So with the fast changing technology, so talagang nag-evolve na, no? Sabi nga nila sa technology, name it, then you have it, no? As well as dun sa mga non-destructive allergen detection po natin. Like we have this, gumagamit na tayo ng spectroscope, ng wavelength, gumagamit na tayo ng hyperspectral imaging, no? Gumagamit po tayo dun ng hyperspectral camera para mas makita natin yung mga dapat nating makita when it comes to food allergens. Gumagamit na rin po tayo ng mga AI technology, like yung sinabi ko po, the computer vision. So optical sensors lang po yung ginagamit. Pwedeng itapat na doon yung picture or yung video ng isang pagkain, then voila, no, magkakaroon ka na ng result. So that's the non-destructive allergen detection evolving po. Napakabilis. Like sa mga technology natin mamaya-maya or bukas baka may another technology na naman in detecting food allergen po.
Okay, ma'am, let's accommodate 1 more question from our YouTube live chat. So what is the purpose of food allergen regulations?
Okay, so the purpose po of food allergen regulation is to protect consumers with food allergies by ensuring that allergens are clearly stated or identified in the food products. Of course, hindi lang naman yung customer, no, yung mapoprotektahan, even yung mga food establishment, even yung product mo, no, even yung product mo po is may ensure mo na hindi ka madedemanda. Kasi 'di ba, may mga pagkain na hindi nila dinideclared na may allergen yung isang pagkain. So much better po na gamitin natin yung Administrative Order number 2014-003, yung mga specific rules and regulations doon sa tamang paglalagay ng content ng tamang paglalagay ng if ever may mga allergen po yung pagkain, to ensure po both parties, consumer and the manufacturers or yung food establishment. That's all, ma'am. I hope nasagot ko po yung mga questions.
Yes, ma'am. So now we'll be closing our question and answer session. Unanswered questions will be noted by our team and addressed through your provided email or if you have additional questions. And thank you to our participants who raised their comments and questions and to our speaker, Ms. Rochelle Barrientos. Okay, so now we currently have 83 participants, no? So wow, such interesting topics from our resource speakers, right? So before we proceed to our last topic of the day, it is time for another Kahoot game to check if everyone is still with us. So now is your time to win another 100 to 200 pesos just by joining our game. So here to facilitate this icebreaker, may I call on Miss Eliza Aviso.
Okay, hello everyone. Wow, everyone must have been in high spirits, especially with that very informative, very lively, and very in-depth discussion about food allergens by Ms. Rochelle. So good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of our Kahoot game, focusing on topics about food safety. So for those of you who already know how these games work, may I first remind everyone the most important instruction, which is to register using your full name or exact name you've inputted in the registration form. So let me repeat, kung mag-register po kayo, pakigamit po yung full name nyo, para po mas madali namin kayo ma-identify in case kayo po yung manalo in the end. So, as for those, or as for others who are new in playing this game, don't you worry because I've got you. So let me recap the step-by-step guide on how to play this Kahoot game. So first, you'll need to join the Kahoot game by going to kahoot.it in your browser, or if you have the actual app, that's fine too. So no need to worry because you don't need an account in order to join the game. So there will be a game pin or QR code that will be shown on the screen. So as for this game, the game pin is 173542. And the QR code is this. So all you need to do is type the game pin or scan the QR code to join the game. So once you're in, you will need to enter your name. Again, enter po yung full name nyo so that it will be easier for us to contact you in case you'll be one of our final 3 grand prize winners at the end of the game. So once we start, you will see the questions flash on the screen. So use your device to choose the answer you think is correct. So each question, players has a maximum of 30 seconds to answer. Then after each question, the initial rankings are real-time posted in the leaderboard. So in order to win this game, you have to answer correctly but also answer it fast. So the top 3 people with the most points at the end will win the game. So daming sumasali sa laro, mukhang lahat kayo bigay na bigay. And yes, you heard it right. Again, there will be 3 winners at the end of our icebreaker game. So for our third and second placer, each will receive 100 pesos GCash. And our grand champion will receive a total of 200 pesos GCash. So I would like to invite everyone to join our Kahoot and better not miss out the fun. Kitang-kita ko naman na sobrang dami ng sumasali. And okay, so if there's any additional participants, you only have 10 seconds left to join before I start the game. So again, kindly input po the game pin that you can see. It's 173542, or you can scan the QR code that you can see on the screen to join the game. Okay, let us Okay. So, ang dami pa ding sumasali. Magantay pa tayo ng mga 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, so let's start, shall we? So good luck to everyone, and I hope you win the game. So for question number 1. So this refers to the handling, preparing, and storing of food to reduce the risk of individuals getting foodborne illnesses. So I repeat the question. This refers to the handling, preparing, and storing of food to reduce the risk of individuals getting foodborne illnesses. So is it A, or is it the first option, food safety? Or do you think it's food security? Is it food processing? Or is it food technology? So kindly lock in your answers now, because in 3, 2, 1, and yes, there you go. The correct answer is triangle, which is food safety. So let us see the scoreboard. Wow. I think we have a celebrity on board. Congratulations, Mr. Enrique. You got the top most score. So next is the question number 2. So it is a type of artificial yet low-calorie sweeteners that are generally used in foods and beverages. So I repeat the question. It is a type of artificial yet low-calorie sweetener are generally used in food and beverages. So is it sugar, or is it aspartame, or is it honey, or last, is it a corn syrup? So you only have 5 seconds left to answer. And yes, the correct answer is aspartame. So let us see now the scoreboard. Oh, so still Mr. Ricky Hill is leading the game. So kindly keep it up. So for the next question. So question number 3. How many calories does the sweetener aspartame provide? I repeat, how many calories does the sweetener aspartame provide? So option triangle, is it 1 calorie or is it 4 calories? Another option is 40 calories or the last option is 44 calories. Kindly lock in your answers now. So we only have 3, 2, 1. And yes, the correct answer is 4 calories. So let us see the scoreboard once again. Wow, it's a winning streak for Mr. Enrique Hill. He's still at the topmost score for this question. For the next question. So for this question, you'll have to type in your answer. Please kindly type in your answer. So the question is, what do you call the sensor that is used to evaluate taste qualities and is also used for aspartame detection? So what do you call the sensor that is used to evaluate taste qualities and is also used for aspartame detection? So kindly type in your answers. I think this was discussed by Sir Neil earlier. So yes, you only have 3, 2, 1. Oh, okay. So there are still people who got the correct answer. Yes. So it is e-tongue or electronic tongue. So flash in the screen are all accepted answers. It can be with or without the hyphen or the whole electronic tongue word. So don't worry because all of these are accepted as correct answers. So next, okay, so let us see the scoreboard. Okay. You got it, boy. Okay. So for the next question, question number 5. So it is a type 1 hypersensitivity immune responses that reacts to a food which is usually harmless and can cause anaphylaxis. So I repeat the question. A type 1 hypersensitivity immune responses that reacts to a food which is usually harmless and can cause anaphylaxis. So is it food intolerance, food poisoning, or is it food allergy, or is it food additives? So you only have 3, 2, and 1. And yes, the correct answer is the food allergy. Okay, should I expect? Oh yes, I should expect it. It's Mr. Enrique here once again. So for the next question, question number 6, second to the last question. So how does artificial intelligence or AI help with food safety? So I repeat the question, how does artificial intelligence or AI help with food safety? So is it it finds problems early before food becomes unsafe? Or next option is it makes food cheaper. Another option is it cooks food for you. And then the last option is it removes the need for any inspection. And the correct answer is it finds problems early before food becomes unsafe. So looking at our scoreboard, okay, we have a new top. So Shane, okay, I think I know this. Okay. So for the last question is question number 7. So for the question, you'll have to choose 2 answers. So this feels like a bonus question already because it's super easy. So I repeat, kindly choose 2 answers. Yes, 2 answers po. Multi-select. So the question is, what are the 2 main topics of our webinar today? So we have morning and the afternoon session. Each has its own topics. So what are the two main topics of our webinar today? So is it food safety? Is it food science? Food technology or food security? Hindi na po kailangan pa ng any clue dyan because makikita niyo siya sa poster. Yes. Yan, last na yun. Okay, so the correct answer is food safety and food security. Okay, and for the moment of truth, are you all ready? And for our third place, congratulations for our top 3 victors for the Mom Lynn. Top 3 victors of our afternoon Kahoot session. Wow, wow, wow. So for our third place winner, she will receive a 100 pesos GCash. Congratulations to Luna Dia. Okay? And for the second place winner, you will also receive 100 pesos GCash. Congratulations, Prof. Lynn! And finally, to our afternoon Kahoot game victor for the first place who will receive 200 pesos GCash. Congratulations to Miss Shane. Silwanka. Okay. Miss Shane. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So as for those so for the winners for who didn't provide their full name upon registering in the game, kindly send us your full name on the YouTube live chat so we can validate and confirm your prize. So as for the prize winners for both morning and afternoon Kahoots, kindly expect a chance for a prize later at the end of our webinar. Okay, so I hope that adrenaline from our short game kept you energized. But hold on, we still have our last speaker left. But as for now, I would like to pass on the mic to Ms. Carissa for the introduction of the next speaker. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Eliza, and congratulations to our second batch of winners. So I hope everyone had fun. So I would just like to ask what happened to Sir Enrique Hill. I was rooting for you, sir. So please ensure that you filled out your registration and evaluation forms correctly so we can send your prize through the provided mobile number. So if you did not use your full name again during our Kahoot game, kindly send your full name in our YouTube live chat. Okay, so we're up to our last topic of the day. So in today's fast-changing food industry, consumer choices play a vital role in shaping food safety practices. As new technologies and trends emerge, it's important to understand how the food industry responds to consumer demands while ensuring safety standards. This session will discuss the relationship between what consumers choose to eat and how the food industry adapts, highlighting the importance of maintaining food safety in the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Our next speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Food Technology from the Laguna State Polytechnic University and is currently taking up her master's in food safety management. Food science. She is a part-time instructor at her alma mater and is currently handling courses such as food processing, sensory evaluation, and food loss. Let us warmly welcome our last speaker of the day, Ms. Ronaline Serrano.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Carissa. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, we're exploring a fascinating topic, so the interplay between consumers' food choices in the food industry landscape, particularly regarding to food safety. Okay, so let's dive in. So first, let's talk about our agenda for this topic webinar. Our first agenda is about the introduction, followed by the understanding food industry landscape. Third agenda is navigating the challenges in food industry landscape. Fourth agenda is the impact of consumer choices on food industry practices. Fifth is the interconnectedness, and lastly is our conclusion. Okay, so let's dive in for our first agenda. For our introduction, the webinar explored the evolving landscape of food choices, food safety, and technological advancement driven by the Fourth Industrial Revolution. It provided a comprehensive overview of the current trend and future directions in the food industry landscape and food safety. Okay. And then our next agenda is the food industry landscape. For the understanding the food industry landscape is the food industry landscape encompasses all the aspects of food production, processing, distribution, and consumption. So this landscape is influenced by various interrelated factors, including the market trends, supply chain dynamics, regulatory requirements, consumer behavior, competitive forces, and sustainability efforts. So understanding these elements is essential for stakeholders to navigate the complexities of the industry. Okay, so let's continue. So our first key point is the market trends. For the market trends, significantly shape product offerings and innovation. The rise in health consciousness has led to increased demand for organic and functional foods. So pushing companies to reformulate products and enhance marketing strategies. So for the example for our market trends is the rise of plant-based diet is gaining traction in the Philippines. So brands like the Pure Foods and Magnolia have introduced plant-based products to cater health-conscious consumers, reflecting a global trend towards healthier eating. And the next is the supply chain management. For the effective of supply chain management impacts efficiencies, cost, and product availability. So companies that adopt technology for traceability and local sourcing can improve consumer trust and reduce carbon footprints. So automation in logistics has also enhanced operational efficiencies, which is crucial for meeting demand fluctuations. So for example, for our supply chain management is the Jollibee. So Jollibee is one of the largest fast food chains in the Philippines. So has invested in its supply chain to ensure consistent quality and availability of ingredients. So they emphasize local sourcing to support local farmers and reduce logistic costs. So this strategy has enhanced their brand image and operational efficiencies. And then next is the regulatory compliance. For the regulatory compliance, ensures that food safety and quality, so influencing how companies operate. So adhering to standards such as the HACCP and the food safety management is essential for maintaining consumers' confidence and market access. So non-compliance can lead to penalties and loss of reputation, so significantly affecting a company's position in the market. So for example, the Food and Drug Administration or the FDA of the Philippines enforces strict regulations regarding food safety and labeling. So the compliance with the Food Safety Act 2013 ensures that companies like San Miguel Corporation adhere to standards that protect consumer health and influencing how they operate and market their products. And the next is the consumer behavior. So shifts in consumer behavior dictate market dynamics. So informed consumers are increasingly making choices based on health, sustainability, and ethical consideration. So pushing brands to adapt their strategies accordingly. So engagement through social media also influences brand loyalty and purchasing decisions. So for example, Filipino consumers are increasingly aware of health and nutrition, so leading to surge in demand for organic and locally sourced foods, So we have here supermarkets like restaurants have responded by increasing their selection of organic produce and healthy options. So aligning with consumers' preferences for quality and sustainability. And the next is the competitive analysis. For the competitive analysis, the competitive landscape drives innovation and strategic positioning. The emergence of niche brands forces established companies to diversify their offerings and invest in R&D to stay relevant. So mergers and acquisitions are common as larger firms seek to capture market share and expand their portfolio. So example, the entry of international brands like the McDonald's and KFC. So the McDonald's and KFC has intensified competition in fast food sectors. And also for our local chains like the Mang Inasal and Chowking are adapting by offering unique products that highlight Filipino flavors and cultural heritage to differentiate themselves in the crowded market. And the next is the sustainability efforts. For the sustainability efforts are becoming essential for brand differentiation. So consumers favor companies that prioritize ethical sourcing and environment stewardship. So brands that effectively communicate their sustainability practices can build stronger relationship with consumers. So enhancing brand loyalty and market presence. So for example is the Bounty Agro Ventures or known for its Chooks to Go brand. Okay, so has initiated sustainability practices by reducing plastic use in packaging and supporting local farmers through fair trade practices. So this approach appeals to environmentally conscious consumers and enhances their corporate social responsibilities image. Okay, so for the summary of our understanding the food industry landscape. So the food industry landscape refers to the complex ecosystem involving the production, distribution, marketing, and consumption of food. So this landscape is significantly influenced by the several key factors. So we have here the key trends. So for the key trends, so shifts in consumers' preferences, so such as the demand for healthier and plant-based options, drive innovation and product offerings within the industry. And then another key trend is the consumer behavior. So the consumer behavior, increasing awareness about health and sustainability that shapes purchasing decisions. So compelling brands to adapt their strategies and engage effectively with consumers. And then next is the supply chain management. So the supply chain management, efficient supply chains enhance operational effectiveness. So ensuring the quality and availability of the product. So companies often focus on local sourcing to improve sustainability and reduce costs. And next is the competitive analysis. Okay, so for the competitive analysis, the presence of both local and international competitors fosters innovations and drives brands to differentiate their offerings to capture market share. And then for the summary is the regulatory compliance. For the regulatory compliance, adhering to food safety regulation is essential for maintaining consumer trust, avoiding penalties. So compliance influences how companies operate and market their products. And last, for our summary in understanding the food industry landscape is the sustainability and social responsibility. So the efforts toward environmentally friendly practices and ethical sourcing enhance brand loyalty and appeal to conscious use consumers. So in summary, these interconnected factors collectively shape the food industry landscape, influencing how business operate, compete, and respond to evolving consumer demands. Okay, and for our third agenda is the challenges in the food industry landscape, or the navigating the challenges in food industry landscape. So the food industry faces numerous challenges shaped by the market trends. So technological advancement, consumer behavior, globalization, supply chain dynamics, and regulatory environment. So each of these factors present unique hurdles that companies must navigate to remain competitive compliant. So first is we have the market trend. For the market trends, so rapidly changing consumers' preference can create pressure on companies to innovate and adapt quickly. So trends such as the rise of plant-based diets, health consciousness, and demand for organic products require constant product reformulation and market adjustment. So companies may struggle to keep pace with these trends, so risking loss of market share if they fail to meet the consumers' demands. For instance, if a company doesn't offer healthier or more sustainable option, if it may fall behind competitors who do. So example is the Nestle. So Nestle has responded to the increased demand for plant-based options by launching products like the Incredible Burger. So the challenge is to keep innovating in rapidly changing market where consumer preferences can shift quickly, as seen with growing popularity of veganism. And then next is the technological advancement. So for the technological advancement, including the AI or artificial intelligence, IoT or Internet of Things, and social media have the potential to enhance efficiencies and food safety in food service and production. Okay, so as mentioned by Ms. Rhea in our morning session, the artificial intelligence or AI is one of the most powerful tools that can be used to solve complex problems in various, such as the food sorting, quality, safety, and such. And also, she also mentioned the IoT or the Internet of Things that provides monitoring processes and products. So, however, these innovations come with significant challenges regarding initial investment, so ongoing maintenance and integration complexities. So example here is the Jollibee Food Corporation. So a leading fast food chain in the Philippines. So leverages various technological advancement to enhance efficiencies and food safety. So the company employs artificial intelligence and data analytics for inventory management to optimize menu offerings based on consumers' preferences. Additionally, the implementation of IoT or the sensors to monitor cooking and storage temperatures in real time. So ensuring compliance with food safety standards. So the chain also explores the blockchain technology to trace the origins of its ingredients, fostering transparency and consumers' trust. So furthermore, Jollibee actively engage with customers on social media to promote food safety practices and introduce new menu items. So however, the company faces challenges such as high initial cost, complex integration of new technologies, so ongoing maintenance, and the need for staff training. So ensuring consumer awareness and trust in these technological measures is also crucial. So overall, Jollibee exemplifies how a major food chain in the Philippines can effectively use technology to improve food safety and operational efficiencies while navigating associated challenges. And then, third is the consumer behavior. For the consumer behavior, the increasing demand for transparency and ethical practices complicates brand management. So consumers are more informed and selective, often researching brands and their practices before making purchases. So brands that fail to communicate their values or engage with consumers authentically may face backlash or diminish loyalty. So this can lead to reputational damage and decreased sales. So especially in social media driven marketplace. So example is the Unilever. So Unilever Philippines face challenges when consumer demands more transparency about sourcing and environmental impact. In response, the company launched initiative to highlight sustainable practices, but failing to meet these demands can lead to negative public perception. And then next is the globalization and supply chain dynamics. For the globalization, so global competition can be fierce with companies facing not only local competitors but also international players. So this can lead to pricing pressures and the need for differentiation in a crowded market. So example is the McDonald's. So McDonald's has to adapt its menu to local taste in different countries. So such as offering rice meals in the Philippines and the vegetarian options in Asia. So the challenge lies in balancing global branding while accommodating diverse cultural preferences and navigating various regulatory environments. And then for the supply chain, so the supply chain disruption in the supply chain, such as the caused by pandemic, climate change, or geopolitical tensions that can lead to shortage and increased costs. So companies need to ensure resilience and adaptability in their supply chain. So example here is the recent rise in global shipping costs and disruption due to the pandemic. So the Del Monte Philippines, so which relies on imported ingredients. So these challenges necessitate developing more resilient local supply chains to mitigate risk. And the next is the regulatory environment. Okay, so for the regulatory environment, so navigating the complex and often changing regulatory landscape can be daunting. So compliance with food safety standards, labeling laws, and sustainability regulations require ongoing monitoring and adjustment. So non-compliance can lead to severe penalties, recalls, and loss of consumer trust. So additionally, differing regulations across countries can complicate international operations for global brands. So example is the cocoa product. So the cocoa products must navigate strict regulations from the Food and Drug Administration or the FDA regarding food safety and labeling. So the challenge is ensuring compliance across various products while managing operational costs associated with these regulations. Okay, for the summary, for the navigating the challenges in the food industry landscape, the food industry landscape faces various challenges that significantly impact operations and competitiveness. So first one is the market trends. So for the market trends, so rapidly evolving consumers' preferences, so such as the demand for healthier and more sustainable products. So failure to adapt can lead to loss of market share. And then next is the technological advancement. For the technological advancement, while technology offers opportunities for efficiencies and enhanced customers' experience, the high cost and complexity of implementation can be barriers. So especially for the smaller businesses that may lack resources. And then next is the consumers' preferences. For the consumers' preferences, the increased consumer awareness regarding transparency and ethical sourcing requires brands to communicate their practices effectively. So ignoring these demands can result in reputational damage and decrease in loyalty. And then for the globalization and supply chain dynamic. The presence of international competitors necessitates that local companies differentiate their products while managing the challenges of cultural adaptation and regulatory compliance in various markets. So disruption from natural disasters, global shipping issues, or even the geopolitical tensions can lead to shortages and increased costs, so making it essential for companies to build resilient supply chains. And then last is our regulatory environment. For the regulatory environment, so navigating complex and varying food safety regulations can be daunting. So non-compliance can lead to penalties and harm consumers' trust. So this is which is critical for maintaining a strong market presence. So overall, these interconnected challenges require food industry players to be agile and strategic in their responses. So ensuring they remain competitive in a rapidly changing landscape. So these examples further illustrate the challenges faced by the food industry in the Philippines, emphasizing the need for adaptability and strategic responses to thrive in a competitive and dynamic market. Okay, and our fourth agenda is the impact of consumer choices on the food industry practices. Okay, so the consumer choices significantly shape the food industry, influencing product development, market strategies, and supply chain practices. So as consumers become more health conscious and environmentally aware, their preferences drive industry change, compelling companies to adapt to meet evolving demands. So we have here the changing consumers' preferences, the sustainability and ethical sourcing. For the sustainability and ethical sourcing, sustainability has become a key concern for many consumers. So impacting their purchasing decisions, so such as the eco-friendly products. So consumers increasingly prefer organic and sustainably sourced ingredients. So this shift pushes companies to adopt more environmentally friendly practices in their sourcing and production processes. And also for the animal welfare. So this growing awareness and concern regarding animal welfare, leading consumers to favor brands that commit to humane sources and ethical treatment of animals. And then next is the transparency and trust. For the transparency is vital in building consumer trust. So we have here the labeling. So for the labeling, consumers seek clear information about product ingredients and sourcing practices, so leading to stricter labeling requirements. So brands that provide detailed product information are more likely to gain consumer loyalty. So example is we have the FDA Circular Number 2023-009 represent a significant update in dietary guidelines. So aiming to enhance public health through improved nutrition in prepacked processed food. So by adopting the 2015 PDRI, the FDA seeks to provide consumers with better dietary options and accurate nutritional information. So promoting overall well-being in the population. So this plays an important role in consumers' choices. And the next is the industry adaptation. For the industry adaptation, as we have the product innovation. For the product innovation, in response to changing consumer preferences, the food industry is innovating. So, sample is we have the health-focused products. So, companies are developing nutrient-dense and low-calorie foods to cater to health-conscious consumers. So, this innovation is essential for staying competitive in the market. And then also the alternative protein. So for the alternative protein, there has been significant growth in plant-based proteins product. So driven by increasing demand for vegetarian and flexitarian diet. So this shift represents a broader trend towards reducing meat consumption. And the next is the market strategies. For the market strategies, marketing efforts have evolved to resonate with consumer values. So the health messaging, so brands now emphasize the nutritional benefits of their products in their marketing campaigns. So appealing to health-conscious consumers. And then also the sustainability promotion. So companies highlight their eco-friendly initiatives, so such as the sustainable sourcing and production practices to attract environmentally aware consumers. Okay, and the next is the supply chain changes. So consumers' preferences are reshaping supply chain management. So for the local sourcing, many companies are increasingly sourcing ingredients locally to meet demand for freshness and reduce their carbon footprints. So this shift not only support local economies but also enhance product quality. So sustainable practices, so adoption for practices that minimize waste and promote recycling is becoming common as companies respond to consumer demand for sustainability. Okay, and next is the interconnectedness. So our fifth agenda is the interconnectedness. So consumer food choices are increasingly focused on health, sustainability, and transparency, prompting the food industry to adapt with innovative products and clearer labeling. So local companies like NutriAsia and San Miguel Corporation are responding to this demand. So the fourth industrial revolution plays a crucial role with technologies such as IoT and blockchain. So improving agricultural practices and enhancing supply chain transparencies. So this advancement enable better tracking of food safety, fostering consumer trust. And additionally, the Food and Drug Administration, or the FDA, enforces regulations that ensure food safety standards are met. Overall, as consumers seek healthier and safer options, The food industry must leverage technology to enhance compliance and build confidence in the food system. Okay, and for our last agenda for this webinar, what's the conclusion? So the connection among consumer choices, food safety, and technological advancement are reshaping the food industry landscape. So companies that effectively integrate these elements can better meet consumer demands, ensure safety, and leverage technology for innovation, positioning themselves for a success in a competitive market. Okay? So if you want to learn more or are curious, you can access these references of this webinar topic. And if you have any questions, you can email me here. Thank you for joining us today, and I hope you had some knowledge about consumer food choices vis-a-vis the food industry landscape.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Rona, for sharing your knowledge on consumers' food choices vis-a-vis the food industry landscape. So we are now opening the platform for our last question and answer session. And again, we encourage everyone to actively participate by submitting your comments and questions via our YouTube live chat. Okay, so to check our YouTube, okay, for the first question, it is a question from Miss Queenie Marquez. So how has consumer demand for sustainability influenced the food industry?
Okay, so first question. So how has consumer demand? Okay. For this question, we all know that some consumers demand for sustainability. And this has led food companies to prioritize eco-friendly practices like using locally sourced ingredients and reducing packaging waste, and also adopting more transparent supply chains to meet consumers' expectation for environmentally responsible products.
Okay, for our second question from Miss Andrea Sun or Sune, what role does AI play in improving food safety?
Sorry po, can you
To repeat the question from Miss Andrea Sune or Sun, what role does AI play in improving food safety?
Okay. Okay, for this question, so AI or artificial intelligence help improve food safety. So by detecting yung mga contamination risk in earlier. So it means that yung mga artificial intelligence and even the Internet of Things or sensors are monitoring production processes. And also, they ensure that machinery and systems maintain high hygiene standards, and also reducing the likelihood of unsafe food reaching consumers.
Okay, for the last question from Mr. Jake Almorado. So how has the rise of convenience-driven food choices affected the food industry?
Ulit po.
So how has the rise of convenience-driven food choices affected the food industry?
Okay, so for this, the demand for convenience has pushed some of the food industry, no? So to offer faster, so yung more accessible, so options like yung mga ready-to-eat meals, like the online grocery delivery. We have the applications that we can download sa ating mga phones, and even yung mga meal kits. So given by the industry, they are still kahit may mga ganon silang convenience in sa mga para mas makapag-offer tayo ng faster na meals. So, they still focusing on health and sustainability to meet yung mga evolving consumers' expectations.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. So I don't see any more questions from our YouTube live chat. So with that, again, we would like to thank all of our resource speakers and to all the participants who shared their comments and questions, making our discussion synergistic. So we'll now be closing our Q&A session. If you have additional questions, kindly submit them in our YouTube live chat to be noted by our team and addressed through your provided email. Now, to present the certificate of appreciation to our resource speakers, I would like to call on Professor Rosalinda Lorilia to award the certificates and to take a commemorative photo with our speakers.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm honored to present the certificate of appreciation to our resource speakers. But before, I would like to read the citation. This certificate of appreciation is awarded to Neil Patrick Ordiales in grateful and sincerest gratitude for his selfless and commendable service rendered as resource speaker on the topic as pertain the good, the bad, and the ugly during the conduct of the webinar entitled Food Safety and Security Issues, Security Issues and Challenges in the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Given this 10th day of October 2024 at the Philippine Women's University, Manila, Philippines, signed by Dr. Maria Ligaya T. Braganza, Program Chair. Next, the same citation, this is awarded to Ms. Graciel Barrientos on the topic Get to know the common food allergen, the same as and the next and the last is Ms. Ronaldine Serrano on the topic consumer food choices vis-a-vis the food industry landscape. Congratulations and good job, guys. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Professor Rosalinda. So we'll now proceed to our commemorative photo first. Okay, so is our team ready to take the photo? Okay, please smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, another one, please. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you very much again, Professor Rosalinda Loricia. Okay, so as we come to the end of today's webinar on food safety and security issues and challenges in the Fourth Industrial Revolution, we would like to extend our sincerest thanks to all our speakers, guests, and all our participants who joined us today. The information shared today have highlighted immense opportunities brought about by emerging technologies, but also the critical need for vigilance, innovation, and collaboration to ensure that food safety and security remain at the forefront of this industrial transformation. As we navigate this new era, it is clear that safeguarding our food system is not only a matter of technology, but of shared responsibility. Let's continue to drive conversations, research, and policies that prioritize food security and safety while embracing the advancements of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. So the link and the QR code for the PM evaluation form will be displayed after the closing remarks. So final reminder for everyone that filling out the registration and evaluation forms are required prior to the issuance of your certificate. Lastly, we would like to play a short video message from our Vice President for External Affairs, Honorable Alfredo Jose B. Reyes, for the closing remarks, followed by the singing of the PWU anthem.
Good afternoon. Who here would like better food choices? Thank you. Who here would like to have better quality and healthier availability of food that we can provide for our bodies. And who here would like to know that the food that you eat is safe? So these are the questions that were taken up today in this seminar. So I want to express our sincere gratitude for inviting us to be a part of this important webinar. As we navigate the opportunities and challenges of food safety and security in the fourth industrial revolution, it's clear that technology will play a transformative role. However, addressing the complexities ranging from regulatory frameworks to ensuring equitable access to innovation requires collaboration and what we have here, shared responsibility. Together, we can build a safer, more secure food system for all. So thank you again for having us, and we look forward to continued dialogue and progress in this vital area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Alfredo Josebi Reyes, for taking the time to pre-record your closing remarks despite your busy schedule, and for your continued support to the students of the School for Food Science and Technology. The QR code for the evaluation form is now being displayed, and the link is also posted on the YouTube live chat. So the PM evaluation form will be available only until 6 p.m. today. Again, evaluation form submitted after 6 p.m. will no longer be accepted. So thank you once again for your active participation, and we look forward to future collaborations in tackling these important global challenges. Stay safe and God bless.